Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right, we'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short ad break. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leonardo da Vinci, a visionary painter and inventor whose boundless curiosity and imagination made him arguably the most prolific creative mind in history. Born in the gentle warmth of a Tuscan dawn in the mid-1400s, Da Vinci emerged into a world awakening to the boundless possibilities of human ambition. Neither noble nor humble, his origins were comfortably ordinary. Yet from this commonplace soil, an extraordinary mind blossomed. Defying labels, Leonardo was a painter, engineer, anatomist, and inventor who steadfastly refused to be confined to any discipline. His footsteps traced a path through the luminous yet treacherous landscape of Renaissance Italy, a land of opulence and peril, governed by dukes and kings whose demands for power and prestige shaped every chapter of his life. He painted the souls of his patrons with tender precision, fortified their cities, and devised intricate instruments of war whose elegance belied their lethal purpose. Leonardo crafted wondrous inventions centuries before their time: horseless carriages, flying machines, and most astonishing of all, a robotic knight animated by gears and levers, a mechanical marvel unmatched for generations. Yet despite his brilliance, Leonardo famously left many masterpieces unfinished, including a 70-ton bronze statue whose 24-foot-tall clay model was tragically shot to pieces by an invading army. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, let's follow Leonardo da Vinci through the bustling workshops of Florence to the glittering courts of Milan, and into the brilliance of a mind ever restless, ever dreaming. In the spring of 1452, among the rolling hills of Tuscany, a boy was born to a modest household. His father, a respected notary, and his mother, a peasant girl. He grew up in the countryside, which was alive with bird song, rivers and wind, gently blowing through the olive trees. From the start, he noticed things others missed. As a child, he would watch water ripple over stones, trace the curling veins of leaves, and quietly sketch the way clouds gathered before rain. His notebooks would one day hold thousands of pages of such observations. But here, in these early years, they lived only in his mind. Though born out of wedlock, the boy faced no hardship for it. His father acknowledged him, providing a comfortable home and arranging an education that suited his sharp mind. Teachers quickly saw his gift for drawing, and soon he was copying religious scenes with a steady hand. But even then, his gaze would wander beyond the canvas. A bird in flight, a wheel turning on a cart, a stream cutting its own path through earth. He seemed to see the hidden patterns behind everything. As he grew, his world expanded. He was sent to the bustling city of Florence, then one of the brightest centers of art and learning in Europe. Here, he apprenticed under a master painter and sculptor in a busy workshop. The boy from Vinci, as he was sometimes called, learned to grind pigments, stretch canvas, and carve wood. But what set him apart was his ability to observe, to look closer and longer than anyone else. When he painted, faces came alive. When he designed, machines seemed to almost work on paper alone. Even in those early days, his ambition stretched beyond the easel. He would linger by the Arno River, sketching bridges and imagining ways to harness its power. There was already a sense of restlessness in him, an urge to know more, see more, create more than the narrow world of commissions and church murals. By his teenage years, his master had begun letting him finish parts of larger works, trusting his keen eye and steady touch. In one painting, it said, he painted an angel with such delicacy and life that the master himself declared he could not improve upon it. Yet even then, the young artist looked uneasy at praise. He would slip back into his own thoughts, dreaming of things he hadn't yet built, scenes he hadn't yet painted, questions he hadn't yet answered. The boy from Vinci had found his footing in Florence, but his path would soon lead far beyond the walls of any workshop. The city of Florence in the late 15th century was a place alive with ambition. Its streets bustled with merchants and artisans, its chapels glowed with frescoes, and its squares echoed with the hammering of stone and bronze. Here, in the heart of the Renaissance, the young apprentice honed his craft in one of the city's most esteemed workshops. He shared benches with other pupils, learning to mix vivid pigments, carve delicate ornaments, and draw the human form with precision. But there was always something about him, an intensity in the way he worked, a habit of staring just a little longer, as if waiting for the world to give up its secrets. He became known for his astonishing drawings. He filled pages with studies of hands, eyes, and folds of fabric. Animals, too. He sketched cats mid-pounce, horses straining against harnesses, and birds in flight. Even the most ordinary objects were given new life under his gaze. Visitors to the workshop sometimes stopped to watch him at work, struck by the delicacy and confidence of his lines. Soon, his talent was impossible to ignore. His master began giving him more significant parts of commissions to complete. First, a landscape in the background of an altarpiece, then the intricate wings of an angel. On one famous occasion, he painted an angel with such grace and lightness that it made the figures around it seem clumsy by comparison. His master is said to have stepped back, shaken his head, and quietly conceded that the pupil had surpassed him. But even with praise, there was a restlessness that hung over him. After long hours in the workshop, he would wander the city streets and bridges, watching the swirl of people and water. He made notes of gears and pulleys in the markets, observed the flight of birds over the river, and sketched strange contraptions in the corners of his pages, ideas for things no one had asked him to build. He seemed equally fascinated by beauty and by mechanism, as though to understand how a thing worked was as important to him as how it appeared. In time, his reputation spread. Patrons began to notice his promise, whispering his name in the grand halls and chapels of Florence. Yet instead of settling comfortably into the life of a successful painter, he began to dream of what might lie beyond the city. Already, he imagined grander commissions, more complex projects, and the chance to test his designs on a larger stage. For now, though, Florence remained his home, a city of light and shadow, where his ideas began to take shape, while his determination grew sharper by the day. When Da Vinci finally left Florence, it was in response to a letter offering his services to the most powerful man in Milan. The Duke there ruled a city of gleaming stone and intricate intrigue, a place where art and war intertwined in equal measure. He needed men who could paint his triumphs, fortify his walls, and dazzle his guests with grand spectacles. The young Florentine presented himself not only as a painter, but as an engineer, designer, and visionary. And so he was welcomed into the Duke's court, and into a world as glittering as it was dangerous. Milan was larger, colder, and more calculating than Florence. Its narrow streets led to vast piazzas where soldiers drilled, merchants shouted, and the scent of iron hung in the air. The court was a theatre of wealth and power, and here the artist found himself cast in many roles. For hours each day, he painted portraits and religious scenes with a precision that left his patrons silent in admiration. His figures seemed to breathe. His Madonnas carried a humanity that set them apart from the stiff icons of the past. But his genius stretched far beyond the canvas. The Duke soon learned that his new servant could build machines. He designed bridges that could swing into place over rivers, siege engines of terrifying power, and theatrical devices that made plays come alive in a burst of smoke and moving scenery. He staged celebrations so elaborate they left guests wide-eyed and speechless. He was equal parts artist and magician, and the Duke relied on him more and more, especially as tensions with neighboring states mounted. It was here, in the cool stone rooms of the palace, that he began to keep the notebooks that would one day become his greatest legacy. Page after page, he filled them with designs and diagrams, a man's hand flexing, a bird mid-flight, a giant crossbow, a flying machine. What puzzled many was his script, written backwards, in a mirrored hand that flowed effortlessly from left to right. He never explained it, though those who knew him believed it was simply his way, more natural for his left hand and keeping the ink from smudging. But for all his success, there were whispers about him, that he took too long to finish, that he wandered from project to project. His patrons often grew impatient with his perfectionism, but his brilliance was too valuable to discard. Milan became his stage, his laboratory, and his home for many years. Here, under the watchful eye of the Duke, he pushed the boundaries of what an artist and an engineer could be, and he began to dream of creations the world had never seen before. Among the many wonders he devised during his years in Milan, one creation stood apart, a figure of metal and gears, dressed like a knight that could move as though it were alive. It was 1495 when he unveiled the contraption to the Duke and his courtiers. They gathered in a great hall, lit by torches, and watched as the armor-clad figure sat upright, raised one arm, then the other, and even turned its head with a slow, deliberate motion. Its jaw opened and closed, as though it might speak. No one in the room quite knew what to make of it. Some laughed, some applauded, and more than a few shifted uncomfortably at the sight of a human form controlled by nothing but cogs, pulleys, and weights. But the Duke was delighted. To him, it was a spectacle worthy of his court, another display of power and refinement to impress his guests and intimidate his rivals. For the inventor, however, the mechanical knight was much more than a party trick. It was the embodiment of an idea he had sketched in his notebooks for years, that human motion could be understood, copied, and even improved upon. The design was deceptively simple in appearance. Hidden beneath its armor, the mechanism was a marvel of engineering. Its movements were powered by a system of cranks and cables that mimicked the pull of tendons and the turn of joints. Even the fingers of its gauntlets could flex and curl. He never claimed the creation was meant for war, though many assumed it was a glimpse of what armies of the future might look like. For him, it was an experiment. One more way to explore the question that had haunted him since childhood. How does motion happen? And how might a human shape be given motion by something other than flesh and will? The mechanical knight returned to its corner after the evening spectacle, but its maker continued to refine the idea in private. In his pages, he sketched new designs for other automata: lions that walked, birds that flapped their wings, even carriages that moved without horses. The court soon turned its attention to other diversions, but in his mind, these machines lived on. To those who saw him at work in his chambers late at night, hunched over parchment and surrounded by tiny gears and wires, it seemed there was no line between art and engineering in his world. Both were ways of understanding life, and both demanded patience and precision. The knight never spoke, of course, nor did it ever walk on its own. But in the quiet of his workshop, it stood as a promise, proof that what he imagined could, one day, become real. In the dark hours after the city settled into sleep, he would make his way to the hospitals and morgues. There, by the faint glow of oil lamps, he set to work on his most unsettling and remarkable study: the human body. He had long believed that to paint or build anything truly lifelike, one had to understand what lay beneath the surface. And so, with a surgeon's calm and an artist's eye, he began to dissect the dead. His notes tell of more than 30 human bodies carefully opened and examined, each revealing its own intricate map of muscles, tendons, and bones. At first, he concentrated on the obvious: arms, legs, the arch of a foot. But soon, his curiosity deepened. He sketched the spiraling fibers of a heart, the delicate fold of a lung, even a fetus nestled in its mother's womb. The work was not easy. Bodies were not always easy to come by, nor were the conditions pleasant. The cold stone tables, the still air heavy with the scent of linen and decay, these were not places most men lingered. Yet night after night, he returned. And when asked why, he simply replied that the secrets of life were worth knowing, no matter how grim the setting. Those who saw his drawings found them astonishing. Muscles coiled like ropes across pages, Veins and arteries branched like rivers through the contours of a human form. Even now, centuries later, these sketches are considered some of the most accurate anatomical studies ever made. But in his own time, his work earned little more than raised eyebrows. Few understood the value of what he was doing, and some dismissed it outright as morbid indulgence. In his notebooks, he left observations far ahead of his age. He described how the valves of the heart opened and closed because of swirling vortices of blood. No one believed him at the time, but that insight would be confirmed centuries later. The hospitals and morgues became, in a way, his second studio, a place not of sorrow, but of discovery. For him, each body was a kind of machine, beautifully constructed, full of mystery, and he treated his work with quiet reverence, recording every detail with the same care he gave to his most cherished paintings. By the time he set down his scalpel, he had created a record of humanity more complete than anything the world had ever seen, not to shock or to disturb, but to understand. Not long after his work in Milan came to an abrupt end, he returned to Florence, older now, but still restless. The city was locked in a bitter rivalry with Pisa, and the air was thick with schemes. It was here that he offered one of his most daring ideas yet, to bend the course of a river itself. The Arno wound its way through the Tuscan countryside like a vein of silver, feeding Florence and Pisa alike. If the water could be diverted, he argued, Pisa would be starved of its lifeblood, its mills silenced, its defenses weakened. What he proposed was nothing short of a feat of engineering on a scale no one had attempted before, a series of canals, dams, and channels to change the river's course entirely. On paper, the plan was magnificent. He drafted it in his usual mirrored script, with sweeping diagrams and precise measurements. It was elegant in its simplicity, yet grand in ambition, a chance not only to defeat an enemy, but to showcase what human ingenuity could do. Florence approved the idea, and work began. But nature, as he discovered, does not yield so easily. The project faltered almost immediately. The ground proved too soft in places, too stubborn in others. Heavy rains swelled the river and washed away the early work. Laborers grew frustrated. The city, growing impatient and weary of the mounting cost, began to doubt him. He watched as the effort collapsed around him, not in a single dramatic failure, but in a slow, weary erosion of confidence. In the end, the Arno stayed its course, gliding past the walls of Pisa, as it always had. The river had not turned, and Florence's hopes of crippling its rival faded. Yet he did not seem bitter. If anything, the experience only deepened his fascination with water, how it carved stone, how it carried life, how it obeyed and defied in equal measure. He filled pages with observations of eddies and whirlpools, drew designs for more dams and canals, and sketched out machines to lift water and move it through the air. For him, the failure was not final. It was simply another lesson, a reminder that the world itself was the greatest challenge of all, and that mastery, if it came at all, would only come with patience. The river had won this time, but in his mind, he kept drawing, kept dreaming of ways to change its path, long after others had forgotten. For all his brilliance, he carried a quiet reputation that troubled his patrons, a tendency, to leave things unfinished. To many who paid him, it was a source of endless frustration. To him, it was simply the way his mind worked, always reaching beyond what a canvas, a wall, or even a lifetime could contain. One of his most famous commissions came soon after his return to Florence, a vast mural of a battle scene meant to commemorate a Florentine victory. It was to cover an entire hall, alive with charging horses and clashing soldiers. He threw himself into the planning. He sketched warriors with grim faces, studied the movements of riders and steeds, and experimented with new techniques for painting on plaster. But as the weeks turned into months, cracks appeared, not only in the wall, but in his patience. The pigments dried too quickly, the colors faded, and his perfectionism became a burden. He eventually walked away, leaving behind only a powerful sketch and a fragment of the mural itself. The unfinished work would later inspire other artists, but in his own lifetime, it was simply another promise left incomplete. This pattern had followed him for years. Even earlier in his career, a grand altarpiece for a church had been abandoned midway. His patrons complained that he was too easily distracted, that he took on more than he could finish. But those who knew him better understood. It was not distraction, but dissatisfaction. Each time he worked, he saw new ways to improve. A softer light, a truer gesture, a more perfect line, and he could not bear to settle for less. Of course, he did finish some things. His portraits, when he saw them through, were breathtaking. His sketches of anatomy, of flying machines, of waterways and fortifications were unmatched. But the deeper his understanding grew, the more he seemed to realize that perfection itself was always just beyond reach. Even his most celebrated painting, which he began during these years, would not be fully finished to his own satisfaction. He carried it with him wherever he went, adding a stroke here, softening a shadow there, never quite able to let it go. Those who criticized him for leaving things undone may have missed the point entirely. To him, each creation was part of a larger pursuit, a lifelong effort to capture the truth of the world, knowing full well that no single work could ever hold it all. And so, the battle mural faded, the altarpiece gathered dust, and the famous portrait remained ever so slightly in progress. As the years went on, his restlessness deepened. He moved from city to city, carrying his notebooks, his sketches, and the faint weariness of a man who had seen too many patrons come and go. The commissions still came. A chapel wall here, a fortification plan there, but his thoughts were increasingly elsewhere. He spent long hours by rivers and hillsides, watching birds wheel overhead, and imagining a day when a man might join them in the sky. Flight had fascinated him since his earliest days. Now, in his later years, it became an obsession. He filled pages with sketches of wings, gliders, and strange contraptions bristling with levers and pulleys. He watched kites rise against the wind and noted how swallows dipped and turned. In his mind, flight was not a fantasy. It was a problem to be solved. He even built prototypes, testing them in private. He designed a great screw-shaped device that he believed could lift itself into the air, and a set of wings large enough for a man to strap to his back. There are stories, though none confirmed, that he once persuaded a young assistant to try one of these machines, launching him from a hillside to see if the dream could hold. If true, the flight must have been brief and the landing hard. The frustration showed in his notebooks. He scrawled reminders to himself to study the nature of wind, to test the strength of different materials, to watch birds more closely. He began to understand the limits of human strength compared to the weight of his machines. He was getting closer, but the final answer eluded him. Others began to notice his quiet withdrawal. In gatherings, he would sometimes sit apart, his hands folded, his eyes tracing the patterns of smoke or the flight of a passing gull. Some mistook it for melancholy, but those who knew him best understood it as a mind still working, still trying to see what no one else yet could. Despite his struggles, he never stopped drawing, never stopped imagining. His later sketches are full of fragile, beautiful designs, some impossible, some ahead of their time, all bearing the touch of a man unwilling to give up on the idea of soaring. Even as his own body grew older and his hands stiffened, he kept writing notes about vortices of air, lift and drag, and the balance of wings. He may not have flown in his own lifetime, but his vision carried far beyond it. And one day, centuries later, others would take to the skies on principles he first outlined by candlelight. In his final years, weary of Italy's shifting politics and growing rivalries, he accepted an invitation from the King of France. It was said the monarch admired his work deeply and wished only to have his company, a rare kind of patronage that asked little of him beyond his presence. And so he crossed the Alps, traveling slowly with his trusted assistants, his notebooks, and a handful of unfinished works. His new home was a manor house near the royal chateau, with stone walls, quiet gardens, and a gentle view of the French countryside. Here, he no longer had to prove himself, no longer rushed to finish what could not be finished. The king treated him as a guest of honor, visiting him often. Even now, he continued to work. He filled pages with designs for palaces and gardens, sketches of birds and rivers. He walked the grounds with his assistants, pointing out shapes in the clouds and drawing diagrams in the dust. Yet his health was beginning to fail. His right hand weakened. His movements grew slower. But his mind, by all accounts, stayed sharp. Visitors described him as gracious and thoughtful, still given to sudden flashes of energy when some new idea took hold. Those who came to see him often found him surrounded by papers arranged neatly into stacks, or gazing at the little portrait he kept close, his brush adding a faint line here or a softening of shadow there. Though his days grew shorter, he seemed at peace. Here, in this final chapter of his life, he was no longer caught between patrons or pressured by deadlines. He spoke freely with the king, walked the gardens in the morning light, and allowed himself to reflect on all he had tried to create. He died peacefully in that house, surrounded by his closest companions. Some say the king himself came to his bedside to pay his respects. His belongings, his manuscripts, his sketches, and his few finished works passed into the hands of those who had worked by his side. He left behind no great monument, no single masterpiece to define him. What he left instead was a body of work so rich, so full of questions and beauty, that it would take centuries to understand. And even now, the full measure of his genius still seems just out of reach, as though some part of him never quite stopped dreaming. After his passing, the world moved on, as it always does, but his notebooks and scattered works remained, quietly waiting to be rediscovered. Many of his ideas were so far ahead of their time that they were misunderstood, tucked away on dusty shelves, dismissed as curiosities. Yet over the centuries, as others pored over his papers, it became clear just how much he had glimpsed long before anyone else. His designs for bridges, canals, and fortifications showed an ingenuity that modern engineers still marvel at. His notes on water, on air, on the flight of birds, hinted at the physics of a world that was just beginning to be understood. Today, we know him as much for what he imagined as for what he completed. His paintings, though few, remain some of the most beloved in history, but his legacy is something larger and more elusive. It is the sum of his questions, his experiments, his determination to look closer, to see deeper, and to believe that understanding was always worth the effort. Even now, his life feels unfinished. His notebooks still speak of ideas that no one has fully explored. His art still invites us to stop and look, to notice the softness of a hand, the curve of a smile. His machines, his writings, his endless sketches, all seem to carry the same message. That wonder is not a thing to be found, but a thing to be made. And so, Da Vinci endures, not just in museums or history books, but in the restless minds of all who still look at the world and wonder how it works. His life reminds us that to dream is not foolish, and to try, even when the task seems impossible, is its own kind of triumph. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Leif Erikson, the Norse explorer who sailed far beyond the edges of Viking maps, stepping firmly onto the American continent some 500 years before Columbus. Born in the icy fjords of 10th century Iceland, Leif was the son of Erik the Red, a name bound to exile, danger, and untamed ambition. But while his father carved out a settlement in Greenland's brutal wilderness, Leif pushed further to the west, guided by rumors of a wild land full of frightening beasts and shadow-like figures peering from misty forests. The journey put Erikson and his men to the test. The North Atlantic was cruel and unpredictable. One sudden gust, one hidden reef, and their ship could vanish beneath the waves. There were moments when the ice cracked beneath them, when the fog closed in, so they could not tell sea from sky. But against all odds, what they found were rolling hills filled with novelties for these Nordic visitors, forests of pine, salmon-filled rivers, and most curious of all, twisted vines, heavy with wild grapes. And though Erikson never met the local people face to face, they did make one thing perfectly clear. This land was spoken for. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll walk alongside a man who answered the call of the unknown to sail far beyond the horizon. His story is one of courage, of steering by the stars, and of setting foot where none from his world had dared to stand before. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey across the vast ancient waters of the North Atlantic with Leif Erikson. The wind struck low along the fjord that morning, lifting the sea spray in long sheets against the rocks. The boy watched the edge of the world from a ridge above the water, already hardened by the cold. He was no stranger to punishment. His family had made their home on a vast barren land, snow-driven, wind-battered, and far from kings or comforts. It was a place coveted by no one. His father, Erik the Red, was exiled from Iceland after a series of deadly disputes, and before that, banished from Norway. Blood always seemed to follow the family, carried on sharp words and sharper steel. So he had sailed west and founded the first Norse settlement in what is now Greenland. Here, there were no neighbors to feud with, no rich meadows or proud halls, only stone, frost, and the hard rhythm of survival. Still, it was home. Their settlement clung to the edge of a long inlet where the sun could still touch the earth for part of the year. Sheep and cattle fed in narrow pastures. Hay was gathered obsessively, stacked in heaps for the starving months. The houses were built of turf and wood, their walls thick against winter's breath. Inside, firelight danced on carved beams. Outside, the cold waited. He was raised in this hard place, not among warriors, but farmers, herders, fishers who shaped their lives around the turning of the seasons. Yet stories still travelled here, passed from ship to ship, voice to voice, of trading voyages to Norway, of kings rising and falling in the south. And one story in particular, spoken with a flicker of disbelief, caught his attention. A merchant ship, driven off course by storm, had spotted land far to the west, wooded, warm even, with hills, rivers, and unfamiliar shores. The man who saw it never set foot there. He turned back, but he spoke of what he'd seen. A coast, heavy with trees. So many trees, he said, it could build 1,000 ships. For a people who lived where wood was scarce, that meant something. He asked his father about the tale. The old man snorted. You believe every fish story a sailor tells? But in his eyes was something else, something close to curiosity or worry. Over time, the boy grew into a man. He took to sailing, made his own way to Norway, and returned bearing not just timber and goods, but a new faith, a Christianity that his father scorned. It caused tension. The gods of Greenland were still the old ones, but he believed stubbornly that change was coming, and he intended to meet it. He did not forget the sailor's tale. Years passed, and the rumor grew heavier in his mind. There was land out there, maybe rich, maybe dangerous, maybe both, but real. And so, when he was ready, he gathered men and built a ship strong enough to reach beyond the horizon, not to raid, not to conquer, simply to see. The ship was narrow and long, built for speed and survival. 35 men joined him, men used to hunger and storms. They brought tools, ropes, food, and enough hope to carry them across an ocean. When they pushed off from Greenland's coast, there were no crowds, no cheering, just a few figures watching from the cliffs, wrapped in furs, fading into the distance. They rowed first until the wind caught them. Then they let the sails do the work, and as the last familiar ridge slipped beneath the horizon, the land that had raised them became a memory, and the sea, the vast, grey sea, waited to test them. The sea was never still. Even on days without wind, it shifted and breathed under the ship, lifting and lowering the hull like a living thing. The men kept busy, scraping ice from ropes, bailing water, adjusting the sail. But each task had a rhythm. Days blurred into each other, broken only by the occasional shout or the low creak of timber beneath their feet. The North Atlantic was no stranger to them, but this was further than most had dared to sail. South past the tip of Greenland, then west into nothingness. There were no waypoints, no known harbors, just stars and instinct. The wind turned cold and sharp. Frost clung to beards. One morning, they woke to find the ship crusted in a skin of ice, and a thin mist rising off the water. They kept sailing. At night, they shared food, mostly dried fish and barley, and spoke little. Some prayed under their breath to Christ. Others, when they thought no one was listening, muttered to the old gods instead. The sea didn't seem to mind which names were whispered into the dark. Then came the fog. Thick and sudden, it swallowed the horizon. The men moved deliberately, voices low. They could no longer see the sea around them, only the slick grey walls pressing close. Even the creaking of the ship seemed dampened, like sound had no space to go. One sailor tied a rope to his waist before walking just a few paces along the deck. That was how easily you could vanish. They took turns at the tiller, steering by feel and fragments of sun. At times, they thought they heard things, splashes in the distance, the rush of waves that didn't belong to them. Once, a shape loomed out of the fog and passed within arm's reach. A drifting iceberg, silent and pale as bone. The cold worsened, fingers numbed, salt burned their eyes. They saw no birds, no fish, just a grey world, endless and closing in. Then, without warning, the fog thinned. It peeled back like wool from a window, and suddenly they could see sky, blue, cold, open. The men raised their heads. The sea stretched out before them once more, rippling and steel grey. They took heart. Not long after, a gull appeared, then another. The men began watching the water with more urgency, pointing to floating driftwood, even patches of seaweed. These were signs. And then it came. A dark shape on the horizon, low, still, unmoving. The men gathered, squinting. It grew larger. Trees, hills, a coastline that rose gently from the water. They let the sail down slowly, approaching under oar. No shouts, no noise, just the soft dip of wood into water as the ship glided toward land none of them had ever seen before. They reached a shore lined with pebbles, and beyond it, forest. Tall trees, thick and unfamiliar, stretching deep inland. Not like the stunted brush of Greenland. These were real woods, the kind their ancestors had spoken of in old stories. Trees you could build with, trees that sheltered things. The men stepped onto land and stood in silence. The breeze moved through the branches, and something unseen stirred deeper in the forest. They had done it, crossed the ocean, found the rumored land. But as they looked into the trees, each man wondered to himself, were they alone? The first task was simple: build shelter, not for comfort, but for survival. The nights were growing longer, and though the air was milder than Greenland's, the chill still crept in with darkness. The men set to work quickly, choosing a flat stretch of ground near a bend in the coast where fresh water trickled down from the hills. They cut timber from the nearby trees, straight-trunked and tall, with thick bark and unfamiliar scents when split. Some groaned about the weight of the logs, others about the unfamiliar ground. But they worked with purpose. By the end of the first week, they had a longhouse half buried in turf, its walls strong against wind, its roof thick with grass. Smoke could rise from the hearth, and warmth lingered near the stone-lined pit. In the center, days took on rhythm, hunting, fishing, repairing tools, watching the woods. The rivers nearby were thick with salmon, some so large they could barely lift them from the water. The men salted what they couldn't eat, packing the fish into barrels. They gathered berries too, and what looked to be wild grapes, dark and sweet. None among them had seen such fruit in Greenland. Game moved through the trees, deer, birds, smaller creatures that darted between the shadows. Once, 2 men claimed to have spotted a great bull-like beast in the distance, its head heavy with antlers, its legs long and slow-moving. But no one saw it again. They spoke less as the days passed, not out of tension, but watchfulness. The forest was rich, yes, but it held a weight to it. It was too still sometimes. The men noticed how animals moved differently here, how birds would take flight all at once without reason. Now and then, they'd find signs, broken branches, markings in the earth, things that didn't quite fit the habits of animals. but no one said it aloud. At night, they posted sentries, not because anyone had seen people, but because the feeling grew stronger, that they were not the first to stand here, that someone or something was watching. One evening, as they sat by the fire, a low howl rose from the woods. Not a wolf, not quite. It faded quickly, but the men looked at one another in the firelight and didn't speak. Still, they stayed. They gathered more timber. Some began cutting down trees to bring back across the sea, for building back home. Others mapped the coastline, marking coves and inlets, testing the tides. They were explorers, yes, but also settlers, in their own small way. Winter came slower here. The earth didn't freeze so quickly. Snow fell in patches, rather than deep blankets, and yet the air felt heavier with each passing week. They repaired the ship and checked their stores. The plan was never to stay long. This was a place to test, to taste, to see, not to claim. And as the days shortened, the sense that the land was turning inward grew stronger. The trees no longer seemed still. They seemed waiting. They saw it first from the edge of the tree line, a shape moving along the far side of the beach, low to the ground, quick, then gone. One man pointed, said it was nothing. Another wasn't so sure. They'd seen deer before, but this didn't move like any deer. The days were colder now. Frost clung to the grasses in the morning, and the longhouse felt smaller, with the fire always lit. They took turns standing guard in pairs, watching the woods at dusk. The sense of being watched no longer came and went. It settled on them like a weight in the air. Once, returning from the river with their catch, 2 men found footprints in the mud, bare feet, smaller than their own. They called for the others. No one spoke for a long moment. Then the prints were washed away by the tide. No one had seen the ones who left them, but they were no longer wondering if they were alone. Still, they stayed. Leif was steady, careful not to let fear grow unchecked. They carried on as before, cutting wood, drying fish, marking the terrain, but their voices grew lower and their work quicker. Some wanted to leave, but no one said it aloud. They found a canoe one day, abandoned by the riverbank. Not a Norse design. It was narrow and smooth, made from wood and stretched hide, so light one man could lift it. Inside were a few stone tools, a length of cord, and what looked like a fishing spear. They left it untouched and walked back in silence. That night, the wind rose. It rattled the thatch on the roof, pressed against the walls. Then came a sound, low, rhythmic, and unfamiliar. Drumming, footfalls. The men stood still in the dark, listening. Nothing followed, just wind again. In the morning, the canoe was gone. Some began to carry axes wherever they went, even for water or firewood. A few kept their hands near the hilts of their sea axes, the small blades they wore at the belt. They hadn't come for war, but war, it seemed, might not ask permission. Then came the mark. Scratched into a tree near the edge of camp, 3 parallel lines, slanted, deeply carved. One of the younger men touched it, then stepped back quickly. It wasn't a Norse rune. It wasn't even a mark for navigation or land claim. It was something else. A warning, perhaps, or a message. That night, a voice cried out from the forest. Not words, just a single sound, high and sharp and echoing between the trees. Then silence. The men slept lightly after that. Each branch that cracked made someone sit up. Each gust of wind felt like a footstep. Still, no one attacked. No arrows flew. No figures approached the longhouse. But they no longer felt like visitors. They felt like intruders. The decision came not with a vote, but a shared look between the men. They would not stay much longer. They had seen the land. It was rich, and it was real, but it belonged to someone else. The air carried a new edge now, the kind that crept into joints and warned of deeper cold to come. The men moved with urgency, packing supplies into the longship, testing rope and sail. The timber they'd harvested was stacked and bound with care. It would be a gift to Greenland, proof that the land across the sea was no myth. They had stayed through a full season. They had seen the land's generosity, fish, game, sheltering trees, fruit unlike any known to them. They had also felt its warning. It was no place to settle, not yet. Not with such a presence moving unseen through the trees. The final days were calm, even strangely still. No more shapes on the shoreline, no sounds in the night, as if the land itself had turned its face away, indifferent to their leaving, or satisfied. The longship pushed off just after dawn. The tide was with them, and the sea for once was kind. Mist rolled low along the water's surface, but the sky above was clear. They sailed north first, then westward, retracing the loose path they had taken to reach this place. Leif stood at the stern, one hand on the tiller, the other wrapped in furs. His eyes stayed fixed on the shrinking line of trees behind them. He didn't speak, but the set of his jaw told the men what they needed to know. He would remember this place for the rest of his life. The voyage home was long, but uneventful. The wind stayed steady. There were no storms, no ice to battle. It was as if the ocean had accepted their journey, now that it was ending. When at last Greenland came into view, low and white along the horizon, they didn't cheer. They simply let out breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Word of their return spread quickly. The logs were admired. The grapes, preserved in bundles, were passed from hand to hand with amazement. Children gathered to hear the tale. Elders asked for details. Where was this place? How far? How safe? He answered with care. The land was real, beautiful, full of promise, but not empty, not peaceful. He did not speak of the markings on the trees or the shapes in the woods, but his silence on those details carried its own weight. He never returned, but Leif's name endured, not as a conqueror nor a colonist, but as a pathfinder, a man who heard whispers of a far-off shore and followed them. He lived the rest of his life in Greenland, serving as a leader, tending to his people, and carrying in his memory the sight of tall forests rising from a foreign shore. It was Torvald who pressed forward after Leif's return. He had listened carefully to every account, every detail of the land, the rivers, the timber, the unease. But he saw opportunity. Where Leif had explored, Torvald intended to settle. Not forever, perhaps, but long enough to test the land's boundaries, to claim a piece of it. He used Leif's ship and brought a new crew, eager, strong, and hopeful. They followed the same route, using the stars and Leif's recollections to guide them, and reached Vinland without difficulty. The land remained unchanged, They returned to the settlement, finding the turf walls mostly intact, the roof partially sunken. They repaired it quickly and settled in with the confidence of men who believed they were ready for anything. For a time, all went well. They fished the rivers, they hunted inland, they explored the coast. Torvald took detailed notes, marking good harbors, stretches of flat land, places where the forest met the sea. Then, on a northern shore, they found something unexpected. 3 small skin-covered boats drawn up on the beach. No people, just the boats, pulled well above the tide, with tools and stones left nearby. The crew searched the area, but found no tracks. Still, they burned the boats, perhaps out of fear, perhaps as a warning. The next morning, they came. A group of local people emerged from the woods, smaller in stature than the Norse, armed with bows and slings. The clash was fast, chaotic. Arrows flew, stones whistled through the air. 2 Norsemen fell. The rest fled to the ship and pushed off quickly. Torvald was struck as they escaped. An arrow pierced his side beneath the arm. He said little, only that he needed to lie down. They brought him below deck, but it was clear the wound was deep. He asked to be buried there, on that land. They did as he asked, choosing a small rise overlooking the sea, and marked the spot with stones. The saga says they prayed, though what words they used is lost. Perhaps it was a Christian blessing, perhaps something older. After Torvald's death, the expedition lost its shape. The men stayed a little longer, unwilling to leave too soon, yet no longer sure what they were meant to do. They explored further inland. One man claimed to see a strange building, half covered in vines, but no one else saw it. Eventually, they gathered what supplies they could and made their way home. News of Torvald's death spread quickly. Leif received it without ceremony, only nodding once before returning to his work. The brothers had shared the same sea path, but now only one would grow old. From that point on, Vinland became a place of caution. Its richness was undeniable, but so was its resistance. The land was not empty, and those who lived there did not forget the burning boats. The dream of colonization dimmed. The stories grew softer, half believed. Maps left its coastline blank again. But in Leif's lifetime, and in the lifetimes of those who sailed with him, the memory held. Somewhere across the sea, beneath unfamiliar stars, his brother lay beneath a mound of stones. The years that followed Torvald's death saw fewer ships heading west. The whispers of Vinland still stirred imaginations in Greenland, but they came with shadows now. Not just tales of riches and rivers, but of unseen watchers, sudden arrows, and narrow escapes. Still, a few tried. One such voyage was led by a man named Thorstein, another of Eric the Red's sons. He set out to retrieve Torvald's body, though he never reached Vinland. His ship was caught in storms and driven off course. He died not long after returning to Greenland, and with him died the last strong push from the Erikson line. But others came, drawn by the hope of land. The most ambitious of them was a merchant named Thorfinn Karlsefni. Unlike Leif or Torvald, Thorfinn brought settlers, men, women, even livestock. He hoped not just to explore, but to establish a foothold, a true colony. He followed Leif's route and arrived at the same familiar shore, the forest still waiting, the rivers still full. They rebuilt the houses, cleared the land, and planted. For a while, it seemed possible. The climate was gentler. The soil gave back. Children were born, the first of Norse blood in this new land. One, a boy named Snorri, would be remembered as the first European child born in the Americas. But the tension returned. As before, it started with glimpses, shapes in the trees, canoes in the distance. Then came the traders, the native people, cautiously offering furs in exchange for milk or cloth. The Norse welcomed and trusted them at first, being curious about their customs. But trust is a fragile thing. One day, something changed. The sagas say a bull broke loose from the settlement and charged through the trees, bellowing. The sound startled the visiting natives, who fled in panic. They returned in greater numbers, armed this time. The attack came swiftly, stones hurled from slings, arrows whistling through the air. The settlers scrambled to defend themselves. A few were killed. Others escaped inland or took shelter behind logs and barrels. After a long and harrowing day, the natives withdrew. The Norse regrouped, counting the wounded, burying the dead. No one slept much that night. In the weeks that followed, fear settled in. Even the woods felt different, heavier, colder. The settlers built barricades. They stopped venturing far. Every creak of wood or crack of branch made hearts jump. They stayed one more winter. But by spring, it was clear. They would not hold this place. Not now. Perhaps not ever. They returned the way they had come, bringing with them children, timber, and stories. Stories of a land so promising, yet so unwilling to be claimed. And so, the long houses emptied once more, left to the moss and the wind. The fire pits grew cold. Footsteps faded from the trails. The coast returned to stillness. Vinland had been touched, yes, but never taken. The name Vinland lingered in Greenland and Iceland like the aftertaste of a half-remembered dream. It had been real. Some had walked its shores, drunk from its rivers, buried kin in its soil. But time is a constant force, and even great journeys can fade when the wind shifts and winters grow harder. Back in Greenland, Leif returned to the familiar grind of tending sheep, scraping lichen from stone, and counting every coil of rope before the sea froze shut. The settlements were fragile. Supplies from Norway came less frequently. Timber remained scarce. People whispered about Vinland still, but fewer spoke of the figures in the trees or the stones that flew without warning. Leif said little in those years. He held no title of king, wore no crown, but people listened when he spoke. He lived as a leader should, calm, steady, eyes always on the horizon. When pressed about Vinland, he answered plainly, it was there. The land was good, but it was not theirs. He never made a second voyage. Whether it was the danger, the cost, or the weight of his brother's death, no one knew. But he left the path open. Others could follow if they wished. He would not stand in their way. And some did. Small groups, scattered attempts, traders, adventurers, dreamers. A few ships made it. Others were lost. No great colony rose. No fort was built to last. The sagas grew thinner on detail, and the memories settled into story. By the time the Christian kings of Norway began demanding taxes from Greenland, Vinland had become something else, not a destination, but a legend, a place people wanted to believe in, even if they weren't sure it still existed. The land itself never changed, It remained where it always had been, coastal, forested, rich with fish and animals, known well to the people who had lived there long before the Norse arrived. To them, the visitors were just another brief ripple along the shore. What was left behind? A few broken tools, a carving perhaps, the bones of a fire pit, long cold, and in one place, beneath a mound of stones, the remains of a man who had died far from home. Centuries later, the sagas were written down in Iceland by men who had never seen the Western Sea. They captured the shape of the stories, the names, the great voyage, but the edges blurred. Which brother did what? What happened in which season? Memory bends in ink. And still, the name Vinland survived. 500 years after Leif's voyage, new ships arrived from across the Atlantic, larger, heavier, bearing flags of empires. They landed further south and never knew who had come before them. No one told them about the long, narrow ship that had cut across the waves centuries earlier, carrying men raised on ice and wind, searching not for gold or glory, but simply to know what lay beyond the sea. Those later explorers drew maps, claimed lands, changed everything, but Leif had already been there, in a time when the world was still full of unanswered questions, and the edge of the map was a place you could sail toward with nothing but a steady hand and a strong heart. The winters grew longer in his later years, or perhaps he simply noticed them more. Leif spent most days near the fjord at Brattahlid, the same place where his father had driven stakes into frozen ground decades before. The longhouse remained warm, smoke curling steadily from its roof. Livestock huddled in the sheds. The sea, grey and patient, waited just beyond the ice-crusted shore. Visitors still came, traders from Iceland, younger men seeking advice, messengers bearing scraps of news from far-off Norway. They asked him about Vinland, always Vinland. Was it real? Was it worth the voyage? Were the stories true? He would answer in short, measured words. Yes, the trees were taller than any in Greenland. Yes, the fish ran thick and fast in the rivers. Yes, there were people already there, sharp-eyed, quick-moving, not to be underestimated. But no, he would not return. His children grew up hearing the story second-hand. They'd never seen the coast their father had walked, or the river banks where he had pulled salmon from the shallows with his bare hands. They'd never felt the tension of that place, the beauty mixed with something older, something watchful. There was no monument to mark his voyage, no stone pillar, no carved plank nailed to a tree, just the timber he'd brought back, slowly worked into beams and barns, just the tale, passed from voice to voice. He spent time alone in those final years, walking the ridges above the fjord. His gaze lingered on the sea more often now, eyes drawn west. He'd stood on a different shore once, 500 leagues away, under a softer sun. He didn't speak of it often, but the memory lived behind his eyes. When he died, the settlement mourned him, not with songs or banners, but with simple words. He had been strong, he had been fair, he had gone farther than anyone before him, and returned to tell the tale. No saga ever captured him entirely. The ones who wrote them came long after. They remembered the voyage, the ship, the name of the place. But the man himself, his steady hands, the way he watched the horizon in silence, the weight of that knowledge, those things faded like breath in cold air. And yet, something remained, Each time a ship pushed west from Greenland's shore, it did so in the wake of his keel. Each time someone dreamed of a place beyond the known, his name echoed, faint but clear. No one would ever find his grave. No stone marked where he lay, but the path he opened remained. No one remembered the exact season when the longships stopped heading west. There was no final voyage, no declared end to the Vinland dream. It simply faded, like the smoke from a spent hearth, curling upward until it disappeared into sky. Years passed, generations too. Greenland's settlements held on, but barely. Storms grew harsher. Trade with Norway faltered. The timber Leif had once brought back was now old, part of barns, fences, broken tools. The last men who had stood on Vinland's shores were gone. But in Iceland, the stories survived. They were told by firelight, where old men leaned in and children listened wide-eyed. Not tales of dragons or gods, but of real men, of a ship that vanished over the horizon into legend. For centuries, the world forgot that anyone had reached the Americas before Columbus. Leif's name faded to the edge of maps and memory, but it never vanished entirely. Archaeologists uncovered the remains of turf houses near the northern tip of Newfoundland, structures built in the Norse style, far too old to belong to later settlers. There were tools, a hearth, the worn mark of hands that had worked timber long ago. It matched the saga in shape, if not in name. They had been there. Leif had been there. And so, 500 years before empires crossed the sea, before flags were planted and maps redrawn, a Viking ship with a carved dragon on its prow touched land in a place no European had ever known. Leif Erikson was the first European in history to look west with curiosity rather than conquest. He came across a land already occupied. He walked its shores, and when the time came, he knew it was best to leave it. He simply returned, safely home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking, subscribing, or rating us on your preferred podcast app. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Al Capone, the celebrity kingpin and ruthless gangster who became one of the wealthiest and most infamous crime lords in American history. Long before his name became synonymous with speakeasies and Tommy guns, Al Capone was just a boy from Brooklyn with a sharp mind and an even sharper instinct for survival. Decades later, newspapers would crown him the King of Chicago, while his rivals mockingly referred to him as Scarface, a name he thoroughly despised. During the turbulent years of the American Prohibition, Capone rose swiftly through the ranks of organized crime. Though seen by many as a charismatic figure of wealth and power, beneath his disarmingly boyish charm lurked something far more sinister. An insatiable drive for dominance, untempered by mercy or restraint. This is not simply a tale of bootlegging and violence. It's a story of calculated risk, opulent wealth, bitter betrayal, and of a man who once held the reins of the nation's criminal underworld in the palm of his hand. For a time, Capone seemed untouchable, his fortune vast, his influence unmatched. But beneath the surface, the foundations of his criminal empire were already beginning to fracture. Rivals began to plot, lawmen closed in, and eventually, the $100 million fortune he had amassed would become his downfall, leading him at last across the frigid waters of San Francisco Bay to the salt-stung isolation of Alcatraz. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the rise and fall of a life lived on the edge of fire and fame. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk with Al Capone through the flickering glamour of jazz-age Chicago and the deepening dusk of power, pride, and consequence. The streets of Brooklyn in the early 1900s carried the clang and clatter of an immigrant life. Coal wagons rattling past rows of brick tenements, the distant shout of dock workers, the sharp whistle of a trolley carving through the haze. Among the crowd was a young boy with sharp eyes and a faster mouth, one of 9 children in a Neapolitan household where love was loud and discipline came quick. His parents, Gabriele and Teresa, had come across the Atlantic with little more than a trade and a dream, a barber's hands, a hope for education, and the belief that America would give their children something better. But life in the boroughs had a different lesson to offer. The boy learned early how to navigate its rhythms, the alley shortcuts, the power of posture, the importance of never backing down. At school, his temper flared often and without warning. A slight, a shove, the wrong word at the wrong time, and fists flew. The classroom, for all its order, had little hold on him. By his teens, he had already begun running errands for local gangs, first carrying messages, then watching doors, then doing a little more. These weren't the grand schemes of organized crime yet, but they were the first steps into a world that rewarded nerve and punished hesitation. He had a way about him, though. Even when he was rough around the edges, there was charm beneath it. People remembered his face, remembered how easily he moved between anger and laughter. One day, at a local dance hall in Coney Island, he earned a scar that would follow him for the rest of his life. The story was whispered often and varied in detail, but it involved an insult, a sharp blade, and a lesson in pride that cut across his cheek and into his reputation. From that moment on, folks knew to take him seriously. He never tried to hide the scar. It became a signature of sorts. It gave him a name, Scarface. He hated it, but others clung to it. It fit the myth more than the man, even then. He tried, briefly, to hold down honest work, clerk jobs, a stint at a bowling alley, even a few weeks at a munitions factory, but the money was poor, and the pull of the streets far stronger. By 17, he had married May, a soft-spoken Irish girl with steady eyes and a quiet strength that seemed to anchor him, at least for a while. They had a son, and for a fleeting moment, the idea of settling down flickered in the distance. But the world he'd come from, and the one that now called to him, had little room for stillness. In the shadows of the borough, larger operations were moving. Gangs merged, territories shifted, and bigger players looked westward. Chicago was becoming the new frontier for enterprise, not sanctioned by law. And when the invitation came to work for Johnny Torrio, a well-connected businessman with roots in vice, it wasn't a hard decision. What Brooklyn gave him was a foundation, grit, instinct, the understanding that power could be felt before it was shown. But it would be in Chicago, amid its smoke and ambition, that he would learn to build something much larger and much more dangerous. Chicago in the early 1920s was a city in motion. Rail lines cut through vast stockyards, steel bridges stretched across thick rivers, and the skyline clawed its way upward, brick by brick. The city throbbed with energy, some of it lawful, much of it not. And in that shifting landscape, the young man from Brooklyn arrived with a suitcase in hand and a name that had begun to mean something back east. He wasn't there to start from the bottom. Johnny Torrio had seen something promising in him, ambition without hesitation. Torrio was calm, deliberate, and precise, more businessman than brute. He wore his suits like armor and kept his violence folded neatly beneath a banker's smile. Under his guidance, the boy who once scuffled in schoolyards began to learn the structure of organized crime, how to build a crew, manage a racket, silence dissent, and speak softly while sending others to do the hard work. Together, they ran brothels, gambling halls, and protection rackets across the South Side. They greased the right palms, kept city officials comfortable, and brought in more money than some legitimate corporations. Torrio believed in avoiding attention, but his protégé didn't always share that view. Where Torrio held back, the younger man leaned in. He liked the spotlight, liked the way people stared when he walked into a room. He had presence, and he knew it. Then, in 1920, something shifted across the country. The 18th Amendment came into effect, launching prohibition. Alcohol, once a staple of American life, was now banned. The law was clear. The country's thirst, however, remained. With a single act, the government had created a market worth millions, illegal, unregulated, and perfectly suited to men like Capone. Speakeasies bloomed behind barbershops, beneath bakeries, inside old warehouses. Trucks loaded with Canadian whiskey and bathtub gin rumbled through back alleys and empty roads at night. Police turned a blind eye for the right price. So did judges. The city drank deeply, and those controlling the flow became powerful overnight. Torrio and Capone expanded fast. They bought breweries, established smuggling routes, and employed hundreds. They didn't just sell liquor, they controlled its entire journey, from barrel to glass. It was an empire dressed as a business, built with iron behind its charm. The money poured in, and with it came new risks. Rival gangs wanted their share. Deals needed protection. Mistakes came with consequences. A man like Capone thrived in this world. He had the instincts of a gambler, the heart of a soldier, and a growing talent for strategy. He could charm a crowd in the morning and order a hit by dusk. People respected him. Many feared him. And some, foolishly, tried to cross him. One of them was Jim Colosimo, a powerful figure who resisted Torrio's expansion into the liquor trade. He saw it as messy, volatile, too risky. But Torrio disagreed, and when Colosimo was found dead in his restaurant foyer, shot in broad daylight, the message was clear. The old world was gone. The new one was being built, fast, loud, and without hesitation. Capone didn't pull the trigger, but he understood what it meant. The rules had changed. This was no longer about running errands or guarding doors. This was about command, about territory, and about survival. He moved his family to a modest house in the suburb of Cicero, just outside the city's jurisdiction, but still close to the action. From there, he began to operate with growing independence, still loyal to Torrio, but more than ready to take the reins when the time came. And the time was coming. It began with a sermon, or something close to it. In small-town churches and city halls alike, preachers and reformers had raised their voices for decades, warning that alcohol was corroding the American spirit. They said it tore families apart, fueled crime, and kept the working man poor. The temperance movement had long argued for change, and in 1920, the nation listened. The 18th Amendment took hold, and with it, the Volstead Act, the legal muscle behind the ban on manufacturing, selling, and transporting liquor. Bottles were smashed, barrels drained into gutters, saloons shut their doors. For a moment, the country felt cleaner, more orderly, but that moment passed quickly, because a law, even when passed with moral certainty, means little if the appetite it aims to tame hasn't vanished. And America was thirsty. From the cracked sidewalks of Chicago to the clubs of New York, people didn't stop drinking. They just stopped doing it legally. Into the vacuum stepped men with muscle and money, men who understood logistics and leverage. Men like Capone. At first, Torrio had set the pace, sourcing booze from Canadian suppliers, bribing the necessary officials, and setting up the underground network. But it was Capone who gave it shape. He understood the city, not just as a map of streets and wards, but as a breathing, wanting thing. He saw opportunity in every pub forced to close, in every politician looking for re-election funds, in every officer who'd seen his wages frozen. Speakeasies, hidden behind soda shops and tailors, lit up with jazz and bourbon. Delivery trucks rolled out by night, loaded with false bottom crates. Rival gangs scrambled to keep up, but most didn't have the reach or the nerve. Capone didn't just sell liquor. He managed distribution, protection, and punishment. He fixed elections in Cicero, placing his people in key seats to create a buffer between the law and his operations. In one infamous incident, his men stormed polling places with clubs and guns, making it very clear which candidate the outfit favored. The city may have turned its face, but it could not ignore him. Money rolled in by the millions, and with it came attention, not all of it welcome. Capone tried to keep a low profile at first, letting Torrio absorb the limelight, but in 1925, everything changed. Torrio was ambushed outside his home, shot several times, and barely survived. It was enough. He recovered, then left Chicago behind, heading for Florida to live out his days in comfort and safety. And just like that, the empire was Capone's. He stepped into the role with surprising ease. He moved into the Lexington Hotel, taking over the top floor and transforming it into a fortress. Guards stood outside his door. Phones were tapped. Rooms were bugged. But he carried himself like a businessman, well-dressed, always polite, generous to those who showed respect. Yet beneath the elegance was steel. Deals were enforced. Betrayals were punished. Entire rival outfits were dismantled. And if someone got in the way, they didn't stay there long. His operations were complex, but controlled. Brewers, drivers, guards, fixers, accountants, all working under a structure he tightened like clockwork. He paid his men well, demanded loyalty, and kept his name out of the paperwork. That last detail would matter more than he realized. Despite the growing risks, Capone lived publicly. He dined at expensive restaurants, tipped extravagantly, and granted interviews. Reporters loved him. He made headlines as often for his clothes as for his crimes. He seemed untouchable. Chicago, meanwhile, drank. Prohibition had created a new kind of tycoon, not one born of steel or rail, but of gin and blood. And in this thirsty, turbulent world, Capone stood at the very top. By 1926, the outfit's reach stretched across the city like a shadow, hard to trace, harder to escape. Breweries ran round the clock under fake names and friendly fronts. Trucks moved barrels of beer past crooked checkpoint guards, their schedules carefully staggered to avoid suspicion. Money changed hands in backrooms and stairwells. The illusion of order clung to it all. But behind the scenes, it was chaos contained by fear. Capone, now fully in command, operated with the discipline of a general and the flair of a stage actor. He hosted charity dinners, handed out coats to the poor in winter, and paid hospital bills for strangers. Newspapers began calling him a modern-day Robin Hood. He didn't mind. Let them think that. It made the rest easier. But image was only half the game. He controlled gambling dens, brothels, smuggling operations, and an ever-growing network of enforcers. There was no loyalty without incentive, and no incentive without fear. Those who crossed him didn't usually get a second chance. Still, he rarely acted impulsively. Decisions were measured, Consequences weighed. His genius lay in how easily he moved between roles, charming dinner guest one moment, calculating strategist the next. The Lexington Hotel served as his fortress and his court. The top floor buzzed with meetings, messengers, ledgers, and murmurs. Outside, photographers waited, hoping to catch a glimpse of the man in his tailored grey suits and cream-coloured fedoras. Inside, he paced like a conductor, every movement deliberate, every nod a command. He made deals with politicians, paid off precinct captains, and knew the names of judges' children. In Cicero, his influence was law. He opened clubs with dancing girls and hired orchestras to play late into the night. Inside, glasses clinked and laughter echoed. Outside, the alleys stayed slick with blood. For rivals, the rules were simpler: comply, surrender, or disappear. When Dean O'Banion, a Northside competitor, refused to play along, his fate was sealed. He was shot in his flower shop, hands still clutching a pair of shears. The message was clear: territory would not be shared. The killing sparked a cycle of violence that hardened the city's underworld. Drive-by shootings became more frequent. Bodyguards became essential. Capone survived multiple attempts on his life, including a daylight ambush that riddled his car with bullets. He survived them all, and each time his legend grew. But even legends need structure. He promoted lieutenants with precision, each given a corner of the empire to oversee. They reported up the chain, passed on payments, enforced rules. Capone watched carefully, rewarding those who delivered and removing those who hesitated. His world was run like a business, but sustained by fear. Not overt, not always bloody, just ever-present. For all his control, though, there were problems no amount of planning could solve. The more visible he became, the more pressure mounted from federal agents and city reformers. His photos sold newspapers, but it also filled the desks of investigators. He dismissed them at first. After all, hadn't he walked out of worse? Still, he was careful. He changed addresses often, used code over the phone, never signed anything himself. His men understood. Loyalty was rewarded, but silence was essential. Yet despite the danger, there was something undeniably magnetic about it all. The money, the power, the rhythm of control. He didn't see himself as a villain. In his mind, he provided what the people wanted. He just did it better than anyone else. And Chicago, whether it loved him or feared him, kept opening its doors. Chicago had become a city balanced on the edge of two realities. By day, it moved like any great metropolis, steelworks humming, trains clattering down tracks, newspapers shouting headlines from kiosks. But by night, it danced to a different rhythm, one written in whiskey and wound tight by men like Capone. He was no longer just a name in the underworld. He was its center of gravity. Local officials deferred to him. Celebrities sought him out. Even those who disapproved could rarely look away. His face appeared in gossip columns beside film stars and heiresses. He hosted reporters at restaurants and tipped in stacks of crisp bills. There was theater to it all, and he was the star performer. But power like his doesn't remain unchallenged for long. Rival gangs, particularly the Northside outfit, led by George Bugs Moran, had not vanished. They'd simply grown more cautious. The truce between factions was brittle, more ceasefire than peace. Small skirmishes broke out, bombings, ambushes, killings in alleyways. But the real battle was for control of the liquor trade. And Capone wasn't interested in compromise. He ran his empire from the shadows of downtown and the relative safety of Cicero. City inspectors were bribed to overlook his breweries. Shipments moved on a timetable, tighter than any railroads. His lieutenants ensured everything ran smoothly. Money flowed up, orders flowed down. Yet even with everything in place, there was no such thing as complete control. One of the most brazen challenges came in the form of a gangland assassination attempt. After leaving a meeting one afternoon, Capone's car was peppered with machine gun fire by rival gunmen. Dozens of bullets tore through the vehicle. He escaped unharmed, but the message was unmistakable. The throne was contested. In response, his grip tightened. More guards, more surveillance, more calculated strikes against those who dared to defy him. He didn't just retaliate, he erased. Warehouses went up in flames. Trusted associates turned up missing. And still, he smiled for the cameras, all charm and gold rings. The violence never touched him directly. That was the brilliance of the structure he'd built. He never carried weapons himself. He didn't sign orders. He gave nods, made suggestions, expressed preferences, and things happened. Those below him knew the cost of missteps. The machine had been oiled with fear and wealth for years now. It ran without squeaks. But the image he projected wasn't only intimidation. There was warmth too. He'd pull stunts like opening soup kitchens during the worst days of the Depression. Lines of hungry men stood beneath signs that read, "Free soup for the unemployed," by Al Capone. To the press, it was either shameless self-promotion or genuine generosity. Either way, it worked. And for all the noise around him, he seemed untouchable. Law enforcement stumbled through cases that fell apart in courtrooms. Witnesses changed their minds. Paper trails vanished. Even his most violent days were dressed in plausible deniability. He'd sit in a box at a Cubs game while his rivals' funeral processions passed a few blocks away. He had made himself bigger than the law, bigger than his enemies, an institution built on charisma, calculation, and cold resolve. But the cracks were beginning to show. Agents watched from unmarked cars. Files grew thicker, and somewhere, in the distance, came the slow, measured ticking of a clock he hadn't yet noticed. The snow fell gently that morning, softening the hard corners of Chicago. It dusted the rooftops, muffled the traffic, and clung to the collars of men as they walked hurriedly through the city's north side. It might have been any Thursday in February, if not for the 6 corpses and 1 dying man laid out in a brick garage on Clark Street, each dressed sharply, each cut down with cold precision. The papers would call it the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. 7 men executed in broad daylight by a team dressed as police officers. They'd lined up obediently against a wall, expecting a raid. What they got was a bloodbath. None of the bullets came from Capone's hand. He was in Florida at the time, nursing a supposed flu and fielding questions from reporters. But no one was in any doubt about who had ordered the strike. It was the most brazen act yet in a long, simmering war with Bugs Moran. The target had been Moran himself. A known rival, brash and persistent, he'd refused to be bought out or bullied into submission. Capone had offered him money to get out of town. Moran declined. He stayed. And so came the plan. Simple, brutal, and theatrical. But it failed in its one key objective. Moran, running late that morning, had seen the police car pull up and quietly slipped away. The men inside weren't real police, of course. They were gunmen in disguise, carrying Tommy guns beneath long coats. They gunned down Moran's men, most of whom had no chance to draw a weapon. One of them, Frank Gusenberg, clung to life for a few hours. But when the police asked who'd shot him, he managed just one defiant phrase. "Nobody shot me." The massacre shook the city. For months, the violence had felt like background noise, an inevitable hum beneath the music of jazz clubs and the rattle of streetcars. But this was different. This was spectacle. Civilians recoiled. Politicians blustered. The newspapers ran photographs of the bodies, sprawled on the floor, their hats fallen beside them. The public, once amused by Capone's bravado, began to turn. He felt the shift, even from Florida. Reporters grew more pointed in their questions. The attention, once flattering, began to carry weight. He returned to Chicago with fanfare, but tread carefully. For the first time in years, the air felt unstable. Yet he didn't retreat. If anything, he doubled down. He still walked the streets with confidence, still dined at the best tables, still handed out $20 tips like they were scraps. He reminded people, subtly, that he was the man who kept the city running, who paid off debts and kept bars open when others could not. And for a while, that message held. But behind the scenes, things were shifting. Federal agents had begun building cases. Not on the murders. They were too clean, too carefully executed. But on the business itself. The ledgers, the bribes, the movements of money. A silent war was unfolding in back offices and courtrooms, far from the streets Capone controlled. Even within his organization, there was tension. Ambitious lieutenants watched closely. Rivals re-emerged. The days of easy dominance were ending, and in their place came suspicion and calculation. Every move had to be measured. The massacre had made one thing brutally clear. Capone would not be ignored, but it had also made him a target. The city no longer chuckled at his swagger. It braced for the next body to fall. And somewhere, deep within the federal government, a small group of men began to ask a simple question. How do you catch a man who leaves no trace? The snow had melted, but the chill remained. Not in the air, but in the atmosphere around him. Something had shifted. The massacre had brought silence on the streets, but it had also stirred a new kind of noise. Whispers in Washington, cautious inquiries in City Hall, cautious fingers leafing through bank ledgers in dimly lit rooms. Capone sensed it. The old rhythms no longer held. Deals that once took a handshake now required layers of reassurance. Bribes needed doubling. Friends grew evasive. Some simply disappeared. It was no longer just rival gangs who posed a threat. It was men in suits with warrants and typewriters. Still, the organization ran. Trucks moved on time. Cash flowed, but the smooth machinery of his empire began to grind a little. There were more arrests, more headlines. Some of his men were caught and didn't come back. Others started talking, hoping to buy their own way out. Nothing immediate, nothing fatal, but the cracks were there, hairline at first, just enough for light to get in. Capone responded, as he always had, with confidence and force. He brought in new muscle, paid off new judges, pushed his reach further west, beyond Chicago, into small towns where the law wore a friendlier face. He showed up to events in expensive suits, laughing loudly, tipping bigger than ever. The world would see strength, not worry. That was the plan. But behind the show, the pressure was mounting. One of the names in the growing crowd of adversaries was Eliot Ness, a prohibition agent young enough to be dismissed, at least at first. Ness assembled a small team, hand-picked for their honesty, immune to the usual temptations of cash and fear. They started raiding Capone's breweries, seizing trucks, disrupting supply lines. The press would later call them the Untouchables. Ness didn't arrest Capone. He didn't even get close, but he made things difficult, unpredictable. Costs rose, schedules slipped, and more importantly, he drew attention. Headlines started using Capone's name alongside words like investigation and corruption. He was no longer a charming rogue in the eyes of the public. He was something else now, something dangerous and exposed. The federal government, meanwhile, was playing a longer game. They weren't chasing bullets or bodies. They were chasing numbers. Accountants combed through years of transactions, looking for what Capone had always believed could never hurt him: the paper trail. He paid in cash, used aliases, avoided formal records. But in an empire that large, mistakes happen, and mistakes were beginning to surface. Still, he kept moving. There were lavish parties, new clubs, late-night poker games that stretched into dawn. He welcomed guests with champagne and steak, made jokes at reporters' expense, and insisted he was just a businessman, providing a service the people clearly wanted. "If I break the law," he told one interviewer, "my customers are as guilty as I am." But charm had its limits. The mood in Chicago had soured. The police, once comfortably on his payroll, now eyed him warily. A new mayor had taken office on promises of reform, and the public, burdened by a slowing economy and rising violence, had less patience for extravagance. Capone, ever aware of optics, tried to soften the edges. He funded soup kitchens. He made generous donations to churches. But the harder he worked to polish his image, the clearer it became that something was wrong. The empire wasn't crumbling, not yet, but it was shifting beneath his feet. And for the first time, there was no clear target to strike, no rival to remove. His enemy was something colder, something patient. Paperwork, subpoenas, ledgers, whispers in closed rooms. For a man who had built his world on movement and momentum, it was the stillness that threatened him most. By 1931, the music had dimmed. The clubs still played, the whiskey still flowed, but the mood had changed. What once felt like swagger now seemed like noise. Capone could feel it in the way men spoke to him, in the long pauses, the sideways glances, the sudden disappearances. They hadn't got him for murder, extortion, bootlegging, or violence. They couldn't. There were no fingerprints, no signed orders, no eyewitnesses willing to speak. But they'd found something else, something mundane, something he had never considered his undoing. Unpaid taxes. It began with audits, then interviews. Numbers were matched, records cross-checked. They had informants, witnesses from within his own ranks, flipping not out of fear, but for lighter sentences and smaller cells. Agents followed the flow of money through clubs, brothels, breweries, and asked one simple question: where were the declared earnings? Capone had always worked in cash. That had been the shield. No invoices, no receipts, no trail. But there were cracks. A few wire transfers, property records, lavish purchases that couldn't be explained by his official income, which, on paper, barely reached the level of a clerk. Meanwhile, he was living like royalty. Diamond rings, tailored suits, a fleet of cars. A grand jury was assembled. Indictments followed, first for tax evasion, then for multiple violations of the Volstead Act. There were murmurs that Capone laughed when he first heard the charges. Evasion. He thought they were bluffing, that they wanted a headline, a warning. But when the trial date was set, the laughter stopped. Still, he didn't panic. He brought in the best lawyers money could buy. He tried to buy the jury, as he'd done before, but the feds were watching closely. Jurors were swapped at the last moment. The courtroom was locked tight. At trial, Capone's defense claimed he had no clue about the bookkeeping, that he was too removed from the day-to-day, that he simply took care of his family and occasionally invested in property. But the prosecutors had paper. They had bank ledgers, wire records, testimonies, enough to lay a path from the beer barrels to his accounts in Miami. The conviction came quickly. 11 years in federal prison, plus heavy fines. Not for murder, not for racketeering, for taxes. It was almost absurd. A man who'd orchestrated an empire of vice and violence, brought down by arithmetic. He was first sent to the U.S. penitentiary in Atlanta. It wasn't easy, but it wasn't the end of the world. He still held some sway. Guards could be coaxed, routines bent. There were whispers he lived comfortably. Better than most inmates. But the government had expected this. And so, a year later, they made a move. Alcatraz. A new kind of prison, perched on a rock in the San Francisco Bay. Isolated, cold, unforgiving. Escape was said to be impossible. There would be no influence here, no favors, no sway. And that was the point. When Capone arrived, he wasn't greeted with fear or awe. He was given a number, 85. No name, no title, just another inmate on the rock. He cleaned floors, took orders, ate with murderers and thieves. The man who once ruled a city now moved on a bell, spoke only when told, and kept his head low. He wasn't broken, but he was changing. The disease that had long hidden in his body, syphilis, left untreated, was beginning to take hold. He became forgetful, irritable, slower in thought and step. Other inmates mocked him behind his back. Some remembered the man he once was. Most didn't care. The city he'd once ruled moved on without him. Rivals stepped into the vacuum. Politicians cleaned up their offices. The press found new stories. He remained on the island, not as a king or a legend, but as a fading man behind a thick steel door. There was no skyline out here, no honking cars, no clatter of streetcars, no city crowds parting to let him pass, just sea spray and gull cries and the wind off the bay, cold and constant. Alcatraz was not a prison designed for punishment alone. It was designed to erase. Inside the walls, everything was regimented. Cells 6 feet wide, lights out at 9, silence during meals, every movement accounted for, every sound monitored. The man who had once moved through ballrooms and backrooms alike with easy command now waited for his meals in line and swept hallways for hours each day. He had become a number, inmate 85, and the staff made certain he knew it. Capone tried at first to reassert some control. He offered advice, made polite overtures to the guards, tried to slip into a role of influence. But this wasn't Chicago. There were no favors here, no bribes, no leverage. His name held no weight on the rock, and when he pushed, he was met with nothing at all. The other inmates watched him, some with amusement, others with resentment. Many had lost friends or family to the violence of his empire. Others simply saw weakness where once there'd been command. Capone had brought the gangster image into the newspapers, into legend, but here, in the narrow grey halls of cell block B, legend meant very little. His health began to unravel. The syphilis he'd contracted decades earlier, long ignored and untreated, now settled into his nervous system. At first, it was subtle. Forgetfulness, headaches, then confusion, periods of vacant silence, sudden flares of temper, followed by long stretches of emptiness. Doctors diagnosed neurosyphilis, but treatment came too late. The damage was done. He took up banjo, reportedly joining the prison band that played on Sundays. Some said the sound of it echoed strangely through the cell blocks, a tinny tune from a man losing himself by degrees. He was no longer the powerful figure who once dined with judges and danced in speakeasies. He wandered the prison yard slowly, head lowered, often alone. His letters home grew scattered. His wife, May, remained loyal, though the visits were rare. She saw what others didn't, the man inside the fading figure. Their son was growing up in Florida, far from the myth and the headlines. Capone would sometimes ask about the weather down there. He seemed to like the idea of it. Sunlight, quiet, familiar food, a life outside these walls. After nearly 5 years on Alcatraz, the authorities transferred him to a lower security prison in California. From there, he was released in 1939, his sentence shortened due to his deteriorating condition. When he stepped back into the free world, he was no longer the man who had once held Chicago in the palm of his hand. He returned to Florida, where a mansion waited for him in Palm Island, once a symbol of his wealth, now just a place to rest. The heat suited him. He fished. He slept. He took long walks in the garden, sometimes speaking in circles, other times not at all. He was no longer feared, nor was he followed. The world had moved on. The country had fallen into depression, then gone to war. The faces on the newspapers had changed, but Capone's name still lingered, like smoke from a long-extinguished fire. On January 25th, 1947, After years of illness, he died of a stroke. He was 48 years old. May was there, along with a few close family members. There was no shootout, no final speech, just the slow, eventual closing of a chapter once written in fire. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Krakatoa, an obscure tropical island obliterated in an instant during one of the most violent volcanic events in history. For centuries, the tiny island of Krakatoa led a quiet existence in the emerald waters of the Sunda Strait between the islands of Java and Sumatra. To the local communities, it was familiar and unremarkable. But by early 1883, it had begun to stir. Then in August, thousands witnessed a cataclysmic event, unlike anything in recorded history. The eruption of Krakatoa was one of the loudest sounds ever heard by human ears, rupturing eardrums over 40 miles away. Most of the island vanished entirely, with an explosion 13,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The earth rang like a bell, with audible shock waves that circled the globe over and over, taking nearly a week to subside. Ash shot over 50 miles into the upper atmosphere, where it lingered for years, causing sunsets around the world to turn a vivid blood red. Eyewitnesses described a midday sun eclipsed by an ashen shroud, blacker than any night, and flickering with a multitude of jagged blue lightning. 11 square miles of island-turned ash transformed turbulent seas into mud that retreated suddenly from fishing villages, only to return as towering tsunamis. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll reflect not just on the violent eruption of Krakatoa, but on the heroic acts and the resilience of those who faced the unknown with grace and courage. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey together through the final days of Krakatoa. In the heart of the Sunda Strait, there once stood a cluster of volcanic peaks draped in green. Their slopes were thick with forest, where hornbills called from the treetops, and the scent of clove drifted on the ocean air. These were the islands of Krakatoa, steeped in mystery, quiet in demeanor, and long folded into the rhythms of local life. Long before maps were drawn or colonial names assigned, people from nearby coastlines knew these islands by older names, older stories. Among the Javanese, there were whispers of a cataclysm long ago, when the sea had risen to swallow the land. Some told of a time when fire had cracked the sky and thunder had rolled for days. Tales passed down like sea-worn stones, smooth but heavy with meaning. In the evenings, fishermen would watch the horizon and speak of the mountain that once vanished beneath the waves, as though Krakatoa carried a memory older than it let on. Centuries passed. Boats came and went, traders from Aceh, Makassar, and further still. They brought cinnamon, stories, and sometimes sorrow. The Sunda Strait was always busy with commerce, but the islands themselves remained sparsely visited. Though rich in bird life and ringed with coral, Krakatoa had no great port, no city to speak of, just thick jungle, curious rock formations, and a faint smell of sulfur that hung about the place like a secret. In the 17th century, the Dutch arrived, first as traders, then as rulers. They charted coastlines and gave names to mountains, but Krakatoa remained a distant speck to them, barely mentioned in the great ledgers of Java. It was known to be volcanic, certainly, but the Dutch, focused on crops and trade routes, saw little need to interfere with a sleeping mountain. Still, there were brief moments when the dormant volcano made its presence known. In 1680, a series of explosions startled passing ships, and one of the peaks appeared to collapse in on itself. Ash darkened the sails of a few unlucky traders, but this disturbance faded quickly into memory. The jungle regrew, birds returned, and the world forgot. In the years that followed, Krakatoa grew wild once more. Dutch surveyors passed through from time to time, making careful sketches and collecting mineral samples. One, a German-born naturalist named Franz Wilhelm Junghun, visited in the mid-19th century and noted the broken, oddly shaped cliffs. Signs, he said, of something ancient and terrible. But no great eruption followed. The island simply breathed its sulphurous breath and waited. To local villagers along the coasts, Krakatoa became just part of the scenery. They fished in its shadow, collected driftwood from its shores, and sometimes used it as a marker when navigating between the islands. There were no temples built there, no long settlements established. Some said the island was sacred, others said it was cursed. Either way, it was left alone. But it was never truly forgotten. As the 19th century deepened, change came with greater speed. Telegraph cables were laid across the archipelago. Steamships cut faster lines between Batavia and Singapore. The Dutch administration grew more bureaucratic, more intrusive. And Krakatoa, that old and brooding island, sat in the middle of it all, overlooked but not untouched. What lay beneath it, no one knew. not the villagers who cast their nets into the shallow waters, nor the colonial officers who passed it on their way to other tasks. Yet deep below, the earth was stirring. And above it all, the island waited, green, steaming faintly, and keeping its secrets in the folds of its rock. By the early 1800s, the islands of the Dutch East Indies were part of a vast, interwoven empire. One ruled from the halls of Batavia, where colonial officers wrote reports by lamplight and steamships moored in tight harbours. The Sunda Strait, narrow and windswept, became a crucial corridor for trade. Spices, rubber, sugar, and tin passed daily between Java and Sumatra. And in the centre of it all, Krakatoa stood, still forested, still largely ignored, but not completely. As European influence grew across the archipelago, so too did the appetite for exploration. Missionaries from the Netherlands Reformed Church came bearing scripture and schools. Traders brought not just goods, but stories of islands with strange birds, of earthquakes in the night, of fire seen flickering above distant trees. Naval officers recorded these tales in the margins of their logs, often uncertain of what to make of them. The island had no permanent inhabitants, but it was visited from time to time. Native fishermen would pull their boats ashore to gather timber or fresh water. A few Dutch officers attempted rudimentary surveys, often discouraged by the heat, the insects, or the general sense of unease that seemed to hover over the place. In 1851, a missionary passing through the area noted that locals would not stay overnight on the island. They spoke of dreams when they did, dreams of fire and drowning, of boats turned upside down, of voices calling from beneath the sea. The missionary wrote of these tales with the polite condescension typical of the era, but he recorded them all the same. By mid-century, Krakatoa's shape had been firmly charted, 3 peaks forming a rough crescent, with Rakata the tallest in the south. The jungle was thick but climbable. There were fumaroles, openings in the rock that hissed with steam, and patches where the earth felt unusually warm. Scientists were beginning to take a more serious interest in the geology of the region, and Krakatoa, while not active in living memory, was added to a list of potentially volcanic islands. Still, it caused no alarm. Then came Franz Wilhelm Junghun, a botanist and geologist, whose travels took him deep into the Javanese highlands. In the 1850s, he visited Krakatoa and was struck by the evidence of violent history. The cliff faces, he noted, had clearly been sheared by an older eruption, and ash layers ran thick through the soil. Yet he left with the same conclusion as others. Krakatoa had once been dangerous, but now it slept. In Batavia, interest in the island flickered briefly before fading. Reports were filed, charts were updated. No further study was deemed necessary. It was, after all, just one of many volcanic islands in a land full of them. Java alone had more than 40 active peaks, some of them much larger and more temperamental than Krakatoa. Meanwhile, along the coasts of Java and Sumatra, people lived their lives under the rhythms of tide and sun. Rice fields stretched inland. Children played near the shores. Sailors learned to read the sea by color and scent. To them, Krakatoa was just another part of the horizon, sometimes veiled in mist, sometimes bright and green, always there. Yet the memory of the mountain's past had never fully left the local consciousness. The legend of an earlier eruption, possibly centuries old, was still told in some villages, a tale of an island that had risen from the sea only to fall again in fire. And every so often, a fisherman would return with a story that he'd seen smoke rising from the trees or heard a rumble that came not from the clouds. Most dismissed it. Others listened more closely. In the 1870s, as steamship travel grew more regular and colonial governance became more structured, Krakatoa began to appear again in official correspondence. Dutch officers noted signs of erosion, minor collapses of cliffs, and the occasional puff of gas. But still, nothing that seemed truly unusual. The world moved forward. Telegraph lines stretched toward the Indies. Cameras were brought to Batavia. Postal routes were made faster. And Krakatoa, resting in its crescent of ocean, seemed content to be left behind. It had been over 200 years since the island had erupted with force. To the scientists and officers of the time, it was marked as dormant. To the native peoples who lived nearby, it was something more ambiguous, not forgotten or feared, but revered. Then, in the spring of 1883, a merchant ship passing through the strait noted a column of smoke rising from the island, dark and thin. The crew described it in their log as volcanic in character, but made no special report. Steamships had schedules to keep. Still, as the days passed, more smoke was seen, climbing higher, lingering longer. The Dutch colonial press picked up on the phenomenon briefly, a few lines tucked into a newspaper in Batavia. Unusual activity at Krakatoa, observed by sailors. Most readers likely skipped over it, but someone was watching more closely. Rogier Verbeek, a Dutch geologist working in the East Indies, had been monitoring volcanic activity across the region. When the initial signs were reported, he urged caution, not alarm, but attentiveness. His letters to colleagues described the island's renewed activity as interesting, though not immediately threatening. He planned a survey, but like so many in colonial service, he was bound by bureaucratic delays and the vast distances of the archipelago. For now, he could only collect second-hand reports. Meanwhile, the volcano's breath grew deeper. By late May, explosions could be heard faintly across the water, soft, distant booms like cannon fire far away. Villagers along the coast began to speak of strange things, the sea behaving oddly, the sky turning strange shades in the evening. On June 1st, a lighthouse keeper on a nearby island noted ash falling gently onto his porch. Still, no one sounded an alarm. Volcanic islands did this from time to time. Most eruptions in the Indies were small, smothered quickly by rain and distance. Yet Krakatoa was far from ordinary. By mid-June, eruptions became more frequent. Columns of ash now soared miles into the air, darkening the sky for hours. Local boats reported difficulty navigating the strait due to drifting pumice, light, airy stones that floated in clusters on the waves. Fishermen steered wide of the island. A few ships changed course altogether. Still, the administrative response was minimal. The area was remote, and life continued much as before. Verbeek, however, grew more concerned. In his notes, preserved later in his extensive work on the disaster, he described the eruption's increasing intensity with measured clarity. He compared it to earlier volcanic events in Java and expressed hope that Krakatoa would release its pressure gradually. But even he did not yet grasp what was coming. In the coastal settlements of Anja and Ketimbang, people began sweeping ash from rooftops each morning. Some packed up their belongings, not out of panic, but due to the growing inconvenience. Ash fouled the drinking water. It coated crops and made the air dry and hot. There was a sense that the land was sick, restless, but there had been worse in living memory. Floods, earthquakes, storms. This, they believed, would pass too. Then, in July, Krakatoa fell silent. No more rumbles, no more ash. The skies cleared and the seas calmed. It seemed to many that the worst was over. Some Dutch officials even suggested that the eruption had run its course. Ships resumed normal routes. Tourists, fascinated by the reports, sailed past the island to catch glimpses of the blackened slopes. One group even landed and climbed partway up Krakatoa, photographing the scorched trees and still warm soil. Verbeek remained cautious. In a letter written that month, he noted, "The mountain sleeps again, but this pause may not bring peace." He was right. Beneath the surface, the magma chamber was building towards something vast. The island, fractured and hollowed by centuries of pressure, had been stirred awake, and now it was holding its breath. All around it, life continued. In Java, rice was planted and harvested. In Sumatra, trade moved through the ports as usual. Children ran barefoot along the beaches, their laughter mingling with the sound of distant waves. Krakatoa loomed just offshore, blackened but calm, as though exhausted by its own outburst. But it was waiting, and the world had not yet understood just how loud a mountain could scream. August began with strange colors in the sky. On the western coast of Java, the sunsets took on a deep, molten hue, shifting from crimson to violet to something almost metallic. Birds fell quiet earlier in the evenings, and some villagers said their roosters had stopped crowing at dawn altogether. At first, no one connected these signs to Krakatoa. The island had been calm since mid-July, but beneath its blackened trees and fractured slopes, a pressure older than memory was gathering force. Then, 2 weeks later, the mountain stirred again. This time, there was no mistaking the change. A tall column of ash burst from the island, so high it was visible from Batavia, over 80 miles away. The following day, more eruptions followed, each louder than the last. Ships passing through the Sunda Strait reported difficulty navigating through dense clouds of ash and strange patterns in the sea that made compasses spin oddly. On the decks of schooners and steamers alike, sailors wiped grit from their faces and watched the sky with growing unease. Among those closely observing was Rogier Verbeek. His journals at this time show a growing urgency. He spoke of Krakatoa entering what he called a paroxysmal phase, a term used to describe a volcano that was not simply erupting, but transforming. He requested new instruments from Batavia and warned that what was unfolding might be far more serious than previously thought. By the 24th of August, ships were turning back altogether. The sea was thick with floating debris, branches, pumice, and dead fish. A fine, stinging ash fell in sheets. Reports from coastal towns spoke of midday skies turning grey as twilight. In Ketimbang, families covered their wells to protect them from contamination. In Teluk Betong, just across the strait, children were kept indoors, their mothers watching the horizon with dread. Then, only 2 days later, Krakatoa began to roar. Not in a single moment, but in steady, rhythmic blasts, dozens of them, rolling out across the sea like thunder. The sound was immense, reaching Sumatra's inland hills and rattling windows in towns far beyond sight of the island. Sailors in the strait reported the sensation of pressure on their chests, as though the very air had thickened. Waves began to behave strangely, receding, returning, rising, then falling again. Captain Sampson, aboard the British vessel Normanby, described seeing lightning flicker across the ash clouds, while the sea turned grey and tumbled erratically beneath them. He turned his ship away at once. In his log, he wrote that the sky went blacker than a storm, though no rain ever came. In nearby coastal settlements, people were unsure what to believe. For some, it felt like a return of old spirits. Others thought a war had begun. Few understood what the mountain was truly doing. In the village of Merak, a fisherman said the sea tugged at the shore like a beast trying to break free. That night, ash covered their rooftops. By morning, some of the older men had gathered in silence outside the mosque. No prayers were spoken. They simply waited. On the evening of the 26th, the explosions grew more frequent. Some were said to last for minutes at a time, their echoes rolling far across the water. The lighthouse keeper on the island of Sabesi, W.J. Dykeman, described how the ground shook, as though something beneath it was trying to climb out. He looked toward Krakatoa and saw fire curling upward like waves in the sky. That night, the eruption reached a new intensity. The sea began to retreat from the Javanese shore, exposing coral reefs and leaving fish gasping on the sand. Many locals did not recognize this as a warning. Children played along the new shoreline. Dogs barked and wouldn't stop. At midnight, the sky turned copper. Lightning danced within the ash plume. And then, just before dawn on August 27th, Krakatoa let go. In Batavia, windows rattled. In Borneo, the boom was heard. Thousands of miles away, in Perth and across the Indian Ocean, the noise echoed like distant cannon fire. Verbeek, recording from far inland, noted barometers fluctuating wildly. The air itself seemed to ripple. The eruption had passed from the visible into the unimaginable. But on the coasts, where people still stood on beaches and rooftops, watching the strange, trembling sea, it was not over. It was just beginning. At precisely 10:02 a.m. on the morning of August 27th, 1883, the air above Krakatoa exploded with a force so vast, so sudden, that it altered the atmosphere of the entire planet. The final eruption tore through the heart of the island like a cannon through paper. It was not a single blast, but a series of them, each greater than the last, culminating in a detonation so fierce it is still considered the loudest sound ever recorded by human ears. It ruptured the eardrums of sailors 40 miles away. It was heard clearly in Perth, Australia, over 2,000 miles distant, and on Rodriguez Island in the Indian Ocean, more than 3,000 miles to the west. The sound circled the globe 4 times in under a day. Barometers around the world, from Calcutta to Washington, D.C., ticked with the shock waves. From the deck of the Charles Ball, a British ship passing well beyond the danger zone, a crewman watched the sky darken with alarming speed. Ash fell in hot flakes across the sails. The captain ordered the crew aloft into the rigging as the sea rose around them, and just in time, they barely escaped a massive wave that crashed across their decks moments later. He would later write that he had never known the sun to disappear so quickly in all my years at sea. Closer to the source, there was no time to climb. On Sebazi Island, the Dutch lighthouse keeper, W.J. Dijkman, was thrown into the sea as the waves shattered his post. He would later survive by clutching driftwood, describing how the water boiled beneath the surface, and the air itself seemed to burn his throat. On the coast of Sumatra, in the settlement of Ketimbang, villagers ran inland as the sea drained suddenly, exposing the seabed. Then it came back, roaring and towering. A wall of water more than 30 meters high raced toward the shore, dragging trees, homes, oxen, and people back out with it as it receded. The waves, triggered by the collapse of the volcano into the sea, were so powerful they carried a 1-ton coral block over 600 meters inland. Some were tall enough to sweep over the hills behind the shoreline. Entire villages vanished without a trace. Wooden homes splintered and scattered like leaves, boats hurled deep into jungles, mosques lifted off their foundations. Survivors clung to palm trunks or debris, battered by floating wreckage. Many never resurfaced. From Verbeek's vantage point inland, the horror was revealed slowly. At first, he could see only the towering cloud, a pillar of ash and gas, 50 miles high, punching into the stratosphere. Then the ash began to fall, thick and choking. By midday, the sky had turned to near night. Lamps were lit in homes and public buildings. Horses refused to move. Verbeek noted in his journal how even indoors, the ash crept through shutters and under doors, coating every surface with a fine grey film. Ships that had been in the vicinity of the Sunda Strait vanished from records. Among them, the Berau, a Dutch gunboat, last seen steaming toward the coast near Telok Betung. It likely met the first tsunami head-on. In total, over 36,000 people lost their lives, the vast majority drowned or swept away by the waves. Others died later of disease or exposure, caught in a land stripped bare by the force of both sea and ash. By the evening of the 27th, Krakatoa itself was gone. What had once been a trio of peaks, forested and steaming, was now mostly ocean. The northern and central parts of the island had collapsed into a massive submarine caldera, leaving only the southern peak of Rakata standing, a shattered crescent of rock that smoked faintly against the red-streaked sky. The sea surged in and out of the void it had left behind, swirling with hot gases and fragments of pumice. For those who had survived, there was no understanding of what had truly happened. Villagers in Western Java said they had seen fire climb to the heavens. In Sumatra, the ash was so thick it muffled sound and stung the eyes. People wandered in silence, barefoot, through heaps of timber and shattered stone. In some places, they found nothing at all. No houses, no neighbors, no trees, just flat grey plains where life had once stood. That night, across the Indies, the world felt dimmer. A choking haze blanketed the islands. Stars disappeared from view. And even in Batavia, nearly 100 miles away, people stood in their doorways, wondering whether daylight would ever return. When the light returned, it was distorted, filtered through layers of suspended ash and sulfur, casting a peculiar yellow sheen over the land. For days after the eruption, the sun struggled to break through the haze. It rose and set like a dim brass coin, its warmth dulled, its glow subdued. And for those who survived Krakatoa's fury, nothing they saw looked familiar anymore. Along the coasts of Java and Sumatra, the world had been redrawn. What once were villages were now smooth, ashen plains, with only the odd charred stump to mark where trees had stood. Rice paddies were buried beneath a grey crust. Wells were filled with filth. In some places, bodies lay in lines wrapped in sailcloth or coconut mats, their identities lost beneath the layers of soot and seawater. In others, there were no bodies at all, just an eerie silence and a sweeping, unnatural flatness where life had once bustled. Inland, survivors emerged from jungles and hillsides, dazed, carrying little but their own breathless stories. In Katimbang, a Dutch officer later recounted how a woman stumbled into the settlement barefoot, her clothes in tatters, cradling a child who had died days before. She spoke of waves that climbed trees and skies so dark she couldn't see her own hands. A local elder, who had survived by sheltering in a limestone cave, said he believed the mountain had fought the sky. On Sabesi Island, W.J. Dykeman, the lighthouse keeper, drifted ashore after clinging to debris for hours. He was half blind from the ash, his hands blistered from gripping wreckage. In his account, later passed through Dutch newspapers, he described the sea as a cooking pot and said the sky had been as thick as river mud. His lighthouse had simply vanished. The entire island was flattened, stripped of trees, covered in sharp pumice. Of the dozens who lived there, only a few were ever seen again. In Telok Betung and Anja, survivors walked through streets turned to channels of grey sludge. Boats had been thrown hundreds of feet inland, smashing through homes. In one case, a coral head weighing more than a ton had been deposited on a hill, as if placed there by some deliberate force. Few buildings stood intact, and those that did were filled with fine, choking dust that turned food to poison and water to grit. Rogier Verbeek, who had watched much of the disaster unfold from a distance, began travelling through the affected regions as soon as it was possible. His task was to observe, to record, to make sense of devastation that had no precedent. He moved from settlement to settlement, his notebooks filled with sketches, diagrams, and the words of those who remained. He was deeply affected by what he saw. In his writings, he noted, "There are no longer landmarks. The land itself has changed." He documented the strange shapes left in the landscape, giant ripples of ash on hillsides, as if the wind had frozen in place. In some places, palm trees stood scorched and stripped, like blackened toothpicks. In others, they had been uprooted entirely, carried miles from their origin. He studied the pumice that floated thick on the sea, vast rafts of rock that made it difficult for ships to pass. He recorded temperature readings, measured the thickness of the ash, and described how even the sounds of the jungle had vanished. In the weeks after the eruption, the Dutch colonial administration began to reckon with the toll. Official figures estimated that over 36,000 people had died, most from the tsunamis, others from burns, suffocation, or starvation in the days that followed. Whole families were wiped out. Dozens of towns and villages were erased. The coastline of Western Java had been redrawn, and Sumatra's shores had shifted, reshaped by the fury of the sea. Relief came slowly. Steamboats brought rice, blankets, and medicine, but the ports they once knew were gone, and the survivors had scattered inland. Disease followed the disaster. Dysentery, cholera, and fever spread through the camps. Many died long after the eruption itself, their names forgotten, but their suffering no less real. And still, the mountains smoldered. From the shattered remnants of Krakatoa, steam and gas continued to rise. The sea hissed around the rim of the new caldera. Nothing green remained. No birds flew above it. Verbeek described it as a new landscape, bare, boiling, and born from violence. But among the people of Java and Sumatra, life had already begun to stir again. The farmers who had lost their fields began clearing the ash, planting hardy crops that might survive. Families rebuilt huts from driftwood, and in the villages untouched by the waves, prayers were said for the dead. They had no monuments to erect, only stories to pass on. And so, beneath a sky still colored by the mountain's breath, they began to tell them. Though the heart of the disaster lay in the Sunda Strait, the true reach of Krakatoa's fury extended far beyond the steaming shores of Java and Sumatra. Even as survivors picked through ash-laden fields and colonial officers mapped a coastline transformed, the rest of the world was beginning to notice that something, somewhere, had gone terribly wrong. The shockwave from Krakatoa's final eruption on August 27th did not simply echo through the waters of the East Indies. It raced outward across the globe, with instruments recording sudden jolts in atmospheric pressure. These barometric pulses, documented meticulously by observatories across the globe, revealed something almost unbelievable. The wave had circled the Earth, not once, but 7 times. In the weeks that followed, skies across the planet began to change. In London, artists noticed the sunsets growing unusually vivid, streaked with purples and reds so intense they seemed unreal. In New York, people paused in the streets to gaze up at what some thought were signs of divine intervention. In Norway, a young painter named Edvard Munch was struck by the strange blood-orange light over the fjords. Years later, that sky would inspire his now iconic painting, titled The Scream. Rogier Verbeek, now back in Batavia, began to gather and compile data from across the Dutch East Indies. He compared accounts from lighthouse logs, ship journals, and weather stations, alongside telegraph dispatches and reports sent from the colonial outer territories. It was clear to him that Krakatoa had done something no volcano in recorded history had achieved. altered the very fabric of the world's atmosphere. Ash from the eruption had reached over 50 miles into the sky, well into the stratosphere, where it would linger for years. These fine particles scattered light in every direction, cooling the Earth by more than a degree on average, and shifting weather patterns across hemispheres. In 1884, global harvests suffered. In India, drought deepened. In Europe, heavy rains and snowfalls arrived off-season. Newspapers everywhere, particularly in Britain and the Netherlands, began printing stories of the vanished island. Artists tried to capture the color of the skies. Scientific journals reprinted fragments from blogs, some of which read like quiet confessions. "The sea turned to stone," wrote one British crewman, "and the sky burned, yet gave no heat." For many in the West, the eruption became a fascination. The idea that a single volcano, barely known outside of Indonesia, could send its shadow around the globe stirred both fear and awe. It marked, in a way, the beginning of a more modern understanding of interconnectedness. What happened in one corner of the Earth could now reach them all. Verbeek worked tirelessly, even as ash continued to fall in isolated regions. In 1885, he published his masterwork, a detailed volume titled Krakatoa. It contained maps, eyewitness accounts, geological assessments, and data from dozens of international observers. But threaded through the cold measurements and charts was a tone of humility, a sense that even with all the instruments and diagrams, what had happened at Krakatoa was still beyond full comprehension. While the scientists measured, the survivors mourned. In Java, many believed the strange skies were the mountain's lingering spirit. Farmers watched their fields fail and wondered whether the earth had been cursed. Some took the brilliant sunsets as signs from their ancestors. In Lampung, elders began to mark the anniversary of the eruption with small offerings, food, flowers, and prayers, to calm whatever force had awakened beneath the sea. And all the while, ships passing through the Sunda Strait continued to steer wide of the empty space where Krakatoa had once stood. Only Rakata remained, jagged and blackened, steaming faintly above the waves. The rest had vanished into the sea, swallowed by the caldera that now marked the site. Beneath the surface, the earth was still shifting. Quiet now, but not silent. Verbeek, in one of his final notes from that year, wrote simply, "It is gone, but it is not finished." Around the world, a new awareness had taken root. The eruption had left behind no empire, no ruins to explore, just ash in the wind, echoes in the sky, and a lingering reminder that nature does not ask permission before changing everything. When the ash began to settle and the waters calmed, the landscape revealed itself, altered beyond recognition. Where once coastlines curved gently toward the sea, there were now jagged scars and long grey expanses that stretched inland like bruises. Trees that had stood for centuries were gone, leaving behind no stumps, no roots, just smooth plains of fine ash, swept clean by water and wind. For those who had lived near Krakatoa, returning home meant returning to a place that no longer existed. In the lowland settlements of Western Java, families who had fled the waves began to make their way back down from the hills. They walked barefoot across ground that crunched beneath their feet. Layers of cooled pumice, broken coral, and the remains of houses reduced to dust. Landmarks they had known since childhood were gone. Rivers had shifted, roads had vanished. Even the smell of the air was different. It held a sharpness, metallic and dry, mixed with decay. In the ruined village of Anja, once a lively coastal town with markets and mosques, only fragments remained. A shattered bell from a schoolhouse lay rusting beside a palm that had been snapped at its base. A steamer had been lifted from the harbour and deposited 3 streets inland, its hull torn open like fruit. Survivors scavenged what they could: nails, cloth, bits of timber. Most found little more than silence and grey powder. On the Sumatran side of the strait, it was the same. Entire fishing villages had been swept clean. In some places, only the stone floors of mosques remained, pressed into the earth like fossils. The survivors were few, and those who spoke often did so in hushed tones. One man described returning to where his home had been and finding only a single wooden spoon lodged in a tree, far above where the ground used to be. Another told of standing where his father's field once grew, unable to find even the smallest trace of it. The Dutch colonial authorities arrived slowly and with limited resources. Their first task was to count the living, then the dead. But in many areas, no records could be reconciled. Villages had ceased to exist. Entire family lines were extinguished. Local officials struggled to locate their jurisdictions. Maps had to be redrawn from scratch. Rogier Verbeek returned to the region during this time, making his way along the altered shores. He noted in his field journals how the coast has been lifted and erased in equal measure. Fields once used for rice were buried beneath meters of ash. New hills had formed. In one location, the sea itself had pushed inland and remained there, forming an entirely new lagoon. He spoke with villagers, drew diagrams, and took careful measurements. But even he admitted the futility of trying to restore order to a place so fundamentally changed. Amidst the devastation, disease began to spread. Wells were fouled with ash. Stagnant pools of seawater bred fever and flies. Aid came in slow trickles from Batavia and Singapore. Rice, medical supplies, canvas for makeshift shelters, but the scale of the loss outstripped every effort. Families shared what they had. Some chose not to return at all, resettling deeper inland, where the ground still held its old shape. In local communities, stories began to evolve. The eruption was no longer just a natural event. It became a marker in time, a before and after. Children born in the years following would hear of the year the sea came in, or the time of the ash sky. In some traditions, it was said the mountain had been angered by human arrogance. In others, it was a cleansing, a return to balance. These beliefs wove themselves into the rebuilding, not as superstition, but as understanding. For Westerners, the view was different. Krakatoa became an object of fascination. Verbeek's reports were reprinted in Europe. Scientific societies requested samples of ash, pumice, coral. The eruption was studied as a global phenomenon, an atmospheric event, a climatological case study. The island itself, however, was treated as an abstraction. Few in Europe could comprehend what it meant to have one's village erased by the sea. And slowly, the land began to change again. The ash softened, seeds caught on the wind, ferns pushed their way through cracks in the pumice, birds returned. In the caldera, where Krakatoa had collapsed, new currents stirred. The earth, though wounded, had not finished its work. It was shaping something new. But for now, the survivors walked the edges of their altered world, searching for the past beneath their feet, and finding instead the beginning of something they could not yet name. As the years passed, the roar of Krakatoa faded from daily conversation, but it never truly vanished. Along the shores of Java and Sumatra, where ash had once covered the land like a second sky, memory settled in its place. Not always spoken aloud, not always mourned openly, but held close, like a scar beneath fabric. For the communities that had lived nearest the mountain, the loss was layered and complex. There was the physical devastation, villages erased, fields ruined, families scattered, but also something more intangible, the severing of place from memory. In many cases, there was no longer a tree to point to, no bend in the river, no familiar rooftop. The world they had known had been literally swept away, and yet they remembered. Elders began to tell the story in fragments, often at dusk, when the air was cooler and the sky turned red in ways that reminded them of that summer in 1883. Some spoke of the sound that came without a wind, or the sea that left before it returned. They described the way the birds flew inland days before the eruption, or how the dogs barked for hours without rest. These memories, often delivered without flourish or embellishment, became part of the region's oral tradition. In Western Java, children learned not just the names of the rivers and fields, but which ones had moved. In Sumatra, some villages built small stone cairns to honor those who had vanished. They didn't call them monuments, but markers, standing where nothing else had. Each one meant someone had lived there before the sea came. Some who remembered were not old. The trauma of Krakatoa had passed from one generation to the next in descriptive details. The smell of sulfur, the way the sky changed, the feel of ash in the mouth. Survivors, many of whom had been children at the time, shared what they could recall. Fragments of chaos, of rushing water, of days spent huddled beneath fallen trees. Over time, these recollections became woven into everyday life, not as warnings, but as gentle instructions for how to live respectfully with the land. Among colonial circles, memory took a different form. In Batavia, in Amsterdam, and across European scientific communities, Krakatoa became a symbol of awe, of nature's overwhelming power, and the fragility of human infrastructure. Verbeek's Krakatoa, published in 1885, was not just a technical report, but a comprehensive memorial, filled with maps, meteorological readings, and personal testimonies. His tone, always measured, became subtly reverent when describing the mountain's collapse. Even as he catalogued the eruption's effects, Verbeek remained attuned to the human cost. He noted, almost with sorrow, that many of the places he had once visited could no longer be reached, as they no longer exist. In later years, he would speak less frequently about the disaster, but when he did, he referred to Krakatoa as a kind of threshold, an event that changed how people understood the world's volatility. Back in the archipelago, the people continued to rebuild. Houses rose again along the coasts. Rice paddies were cleared of debris, but many chose not to return to the same places. Some settled further inland, closer to the hills. Others rebuilt, but left wide spaces between homes and the sea. And in the generations that followed, there was always an unspoken understanding. The mountain may sleep, but it never forgets. On the remnants of Krakatoa itself, nothing grew at first, just jagged black rock and fields of pumice, hot to the touch. But nature is patient. By the end of the 19th century, seabirds had begun to return. The first shrubs took root in ash. In tide pools, formed within the caldera's broken rim, new marine life stirred. The island was still, and yet, beneath the waves, there were murmurs of new activity. Those who remembered the old mountain watched it warily, even from afar. Some said they could still hear it on certain nights, deep groans beneath the sea, like an animal turning in its sleep. And always there were stories, gently passed down, shaping how the people of the strait understood their place in the world, not with fear and sorrow, but with reverence. In the early light of 1927, nearly 44 years after Krakatoa's terrible collapse, a plume of steam was spotted rising from the sea. It came from a spot inside the sunken caldera, roughly where the center of the old island had once stood. At first, it was just a faint breath, a curling thread of vapor rising from beneath the waves. Then came gas, then smoke, then stone. From the depths of the Sunda Strait, the mountain stirred once more. The new formation emerged slowly, cautiously. First a vent, then a ridge, then an island. Not as large or as tall as the old Krakatoa, but alive. The Dutch scientists who observed it gave it a name: Anak Krakatau, the child of Krakatoa. A small black dome, steaming against the tropical sea. The people of Java and Sumatra watched its return with a solemn gaze. The old stories had not left them. The wounds of 1883 were healed over, but never forgotten. Some referred to the newborn island with a kind of familial dread, a child born of fire and salt, returning to a world still marked by its parents' fury. Few dared approach it in those first years. Fewer still stayed long. But scientists, of course, were drawn to it. Geologists and volcanologists arrived from Europe to study the rebirth. Instruments were placed on the island's slopes, recordings taken, samples gathered. Rogier Verbeek had passed away by then, but his influence lingered. His observations of the original Krakatoa had become foundational texts in the study of volcanoes. Now, his successors walked among the fresh lava, measuring the same forces he had once tried to decipher from ash and silence. Anak Krakatau grew quickly, an inch here, a foot there, spurred by regular eruptions. It would spit ash into the sky, then fall quiet. Months later, another pulse would lift its shoulders further above the sea. Like the child it was named for, it was restless, volatile, unpredictable. By the mid-20th century, it had become a permanent fixture, a new island, forged from the wound of the old. Locally, the return of the mountain was treated with a wary respect. Fishermen avoided its shores. Passing boats gave it wide berth. But it was no longer feared with the same urgency. The memory of 1883 remained. but it had become generational now, less a personal grief, more a whispered inheritance. Still, the people knew better than to trust its stillness, and indeed, it did not remain still. In 2018, Anak Krakatoa erupted once again, and part of its flank collapsed into the sea. The event triggered another tsunami, one that struck coastal communities with little warning. It was not as deadly as the eruption of its predecessor, but still, lives were lost. Over 400 people taken by waves that rose without warning under a starlit sky. Among them were musicians playing at a seaside concert, swept away mid-song. It was an echo of what had come before, a reminder that the mountain, though changed, still held its voice. The story of Krakatoa is not only one of eruption and ruin, it is a story of return, of a land reshaping itself, of people who endure. The island vanished, and from its absence came something new, fragile, volatile, and deeply alive. And in the twilight, as the waves roll gently through the strait and birds wheel above the dark slopes of Anak Krakatoa, there is a strange peace, a sense that the earth, for all its fury, also remembers how to begin again. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of William Wallace. Not the roaring warrior depicted in blockbuster films like Braveheart, but the real man behind the legend, whose life was deeper, stranger, and in many ways far more compelling than what made it to the big screen. There were no kilts in Wallace's time, no blue face paint, and no forbidden romance. Wallace wasn't a peasant plucked from the fields. He was the educated son of the lesser nobility, fluent in Latin and shaped by the echoing stone halls of Paisley Abbey, long before ever lifting a blade in anger. The true story is certainly one of courage, but more than that, it's one of strategic brilliance, measured patience, and a careful coaxing of a smoldering resistance. Wallace lived in a world of suspicion and silence, where allegiances shifted like the winds across the highland bracken, and every decision carried with it the risk of betrayal. William Wallace wasn't chasing glory. He wasn't crowned by crowds. He was hunted, doubted, and at times nearly forgotten, yet he endured. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Wallace through black forests and hidden glens to quiet counsel and bold declarations. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's leave behind the glamour and spectacle of Hollywood for the halls of power and consequence at Holyrood. Let's meet the reluctant leader who became a symbol of national identity and defiance that endures to this very day. In the waning years of the 13th century, Scotland was a kingdom without a centre. Its previous king, Alexander III, had died suddenly, falling from his horse down a steep embankment on a coastal road one dark and storm-blown night. With no adult heir to follow him, and only a young granddaughter in distant Norway left to inherit the throne, the country slipped into uncertainty. It was into this uneasy stillness that the English king, Edward I, stepped. Not at first with open force, but with the weight of paperwork, envoys, and promises. He offered to judge Scotland's succession dispute, to help her choose a new king from the competing claimants, which he did, selecting John Balliol, a noble of good blood but uncertain backbone. Balliol, now seated but not sovereign, found himself bound to Edward by terms that weakened his every move. Scotland had a king once more, yes, but one who flinched each time the wind changed from the south. The mood across the lowlands and borderlands grew colder. Edward's sheriffs enforced foreign laws with unfamiliar accents. Nobles were asked to send men and coin for English wars abroad. And in villages, where the church bell had always been the loudest sound, now came the tread of foreign boots and strange new banners. People carried on, of course. Sheep were shorn, grain was ground, but a sense lingered that something had tilted beneath their feet, and not in their favour. Among the smaller estates west of Glasgow, near the village of Elderslie, lived the Wallace family. They were not peasants, despite what many have claimed. They held land, bore arms, and had a modest coat of arms themselves, a white lion on a red field. William Wallace was the second son of Sir Malcolm Wallace, a minor landholder. This placed him in that curious space between the powerful and the poor, educated enough to read and write, trained enough to carry a blade, yet far enough from real authority to know its limits. His older brother was set to inherit the estate. William, by contrast, would be sent to the abbey. He grew up in a land full of murmurs. Elders whispered about kings who were no longer kings. Traders brought stories of new taxes, missing cattle, letters that now required seals from both Scottish and English courts. Still, life went on. Children played between standing stones. Monks walked the lanes with their hands folded. And Wallace, tall even as a boy, observed everything with a keen, restless mind. He was a child of a Scotland not yet at war, but already weary of being watched. And though no one then could have said what course his life would take, the shape of it was already forming. Before he ever held command or bore the title of rebel, William was simply a second son, sent to the cloisters, not the barracks. His early years were shaped less by the clang of swords than by the slow rhythm of bells and parchment. He studied at Paisley Abbey, a sprawling stone complex, just a day's ride west of Glasgow. It was a place where candlelight flickered over carved arches, and scripture echoed softly beneath vaulted ceilings. Here, boys of good, respectable families, though not necessarily nobles, were given the tools of a different sort of power. It was expected that someone like Wallace might train to become a clerk, perhaps even take minor orders. The abbey taught him Latin, almost certainly, and possibly some French, the language still used in royal courts. He would have learned to read the Gospels, to recite prayers by heart, and to write in the careful, looping hand of monastic scribes. But beyond the lessons, Paisley offered something subtler, a sense of structure, of discipline, yes, but also of layered authority. Priors, abbots, bishops, all answering to something higher, unseen. Yet even in such a place, the outside world pressed in. Letters arrived bearing news of levies demanded by the English crown. Priests whispered about the weakening of Scotland's independence. And while Wallace took in his lessons, scrolls, scriptures, moral tales, he was also absorbing the growing discomfort of a land slowly being hemmed in by foreign will. Though obedient in many respects, Wallace did not take easily to deference. He was intelligent, alert, and it seems, possessed of a certain stillness, one that unnerved men used to being obeyed. There are hints, though difficult to prove, that he clashed with authority even here. Some sources speak of him leaving Paisley earlier than expected, whether by choice or persuasion. Either way, it seems clear. Wallace learned much from the Abbey, but he would not be molded by it. When he returned home, he did so as a young man able to read the laws imposed on his people, and able to see when those laws were not just. He had the words now, not just the feelings. He knew how power cloaked itself in process, how rules could be used to serve the strong while binding the weak. And perhaps more importantly, he had begun to understand something else, that if he were to have any future in a land where inheritance and titles meant everything, he would have to make it for himself. The sword was not yet drawn, but the mind behind it had been shaped and sharpened within stone walls, ink-stained fingers, and the slow patience of a young man learning how to think and how to wait. The road to open resistance does not often begin with fanfare. For Wallace, it began with damp weather, a restless mind, and a single act that would ripple across the kingdom. The town of Lanark, nestled where the Clyde runs narrow and cold, was little more than a market town, modest dwellings clustered around a wooden bridge and stone parish church. It was here, under the watchful gaze of an English-appointed sheriff, that Wallace made his first decisive move. By now, the young man had already been marked, not yet famous, but known. He had refused to swear fealty to Edward I when other landholders bowed. He had been seen arguing with tax collectors, skirting the roads less traveled, speaking carefully in public, but with fire behind the eyes. There were rumors he had already struck out at soldiers along the western marches, small, isolated encounters dismissed as thuggery by English chroniclers. But it was seen differently by those who lived beneath that rule. What happened in Lanark is recorded in pieces, and time has softened the edges. But the heart of it remains. Wallace killed William Hazelrig, the English sheriff of the town. Some say it was in revenge for the killing of Wallace's wife, or betrothed, a woman named Marion Braidfute of Lamington. Others suggest it was less personal, more political, a deliberate challenge to English authority. The truth may lie somewhere in between. What is known is that this was no fit of rage. Wallace did not linger after the act. He disappeared into the surrounding woods before reinforcements could be summoned. To those in power, it was murder. But to many Scots, watching from behind shuttered windows, it was something else entirely. The first breath of open defiance. In the days that followed, patrols doubled, and proclamations were issued. But Wallace was gone, riding through the wet fields and low-wooded hills of Clydesdale. Those who sheltered him did so at great risk, yet more than a few were willing. A baker might offer a crust without speaking. A stable hand might turn his back for just long enough. Already the legend was beginning, but almost imperceptibly, and with more fear than fire. There were no grand armies yet, no banners or charges, just rain in the gutters, the distant toll of a bell, and whispers of a man who would not bow. Wallace had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, and the Crown knew it. From then on, Lanark would be remembered as a place where silence gave way to action. Wallace did not return to Lanark. He did not boast, nor carve his name into stone. Instead, he vanished into woodland, into rumour, into the low mist that hung over the braes of southern Scotland. From this point onward, his life became a pattern of evasion and emergence. No fixed base, no standing army, just movement, message, and the slow gathering of trust. If rebellion was to grow, it would do so carefully, under the cover of deep forests and ancient stones. Much of Wallace's early organizing took place not in halls or castles, but in the open. Forest clearings served as council chambers, and those who joined him were not mercenaries, but farmers, tradesmen, younger sons with little to lose. They came in twos and threes, some on foot, others leading worn horses. Many brought weapons handed down by fathers, or fashioned by local smiths after dark. Few had matching arms or formal training, but they had purpose. Wallace understood the land as few others did, and he knew how to use it. Camps were set near ancient standing stones, or deep within familiar glens, places where stories already held power. The people who came to him were not stirred by speeches, but by presence, the calm authority of a man who did not blink under pressure, who asked for loyalty without shouting for it. As word spread, raids grew bolder, targeting supply convoys, outposts, and tax depots. English officials responded with warrants and patrols, but Wallace remained one step ahead. At times, his men would vanish for days, only to strike suddenly miles away. These were not victories won with numbers, but with precision and daring. It was around this time that Wallace joined forces with Andrew de Moray, another leader rising in the north who shared his cause. Moray had led his own rebellion near Inverness, and their combined strength was now drawing attention far beyond the borders. Still, their forces were uneven and their resources thin. The English crown dismissed them as rabble. But then came Stirling. The bridge at Stirling was narrow, just wide enough for two to pass abreast, and flanked by marshy ground. It was here, in the late summer of 1297, that Wallace and Moray chose to make their stand. English forces under John de Warenne and Hugh de Cressingham approached with heavy cavalry and supplies. Wallace, studying the lay of the land, saw what others did not, that this bridge, not the battlefield beyond it, would decide the day. As the English began to cross, Wallace waited. Only when a portion of their forces had moved past the halfway point did he strike. The trap was swift, brutal, and strategically flawless. Those caught on the bridge had no room to maneuver. Many fell into the river. Others turned back too late. The rest never crossed at all. The victory at Stirling was not just a blow to English arms. It was a message. Wallace, once a fugitive, now stood as a commander capable of defeating a larger, better equipped force. His name moved from whispered tale to spoken fact. But even as celebrations spread through the hills, Wallace remained aware. This was only the beginning. Victory brought attention, and attention in a land still divided could be as dangerous as defeat. In the days after Stirling, Scotland held its breath. The unexpected victory had sent tremors through the English ranks and stirred new energy among those who had once kept to the shadows. But with triumph came expectation, and soon eyes across the land, noble and common alike, turned to William Wallace. He was not a lord. He held no great estate. And yet, in October of 1297, Wallace was named Guardian of the Realm of Scotland, ruling in the name of the imprisoned King John Balliol. It was not a royal title, but it carried enormous weight. As Guardian, Wallace was tasked with defending the kingdom, administering justice, and speaking on its behalf abroad. It was a role usually reserved for high-born nobles, men with lineage, influence, and deep political ties. Wallace had none of these. What he had was momentum, clarity, and a reputation that had outpaced his origins. It was a strange honor, one that placed him not above the people, but awkwardly among the ruling class, who had until recently ignored or opposed him. Many nobles resented his sudden rise. Few offered more than lukewarm support. In meetings of the realm's council, Wallace often stood alone, surrounded by titles, but lacking allies. His authority rested on what he had done, not who he was. Still, he acted. From the small stronghold of Scone, and later Perth, Wallace issued proclamations in the name of Scotland's freedom, though always in measured legal terms. He sent letters to cities in Germany and the Low Countries, most famously to Lubeck and Hamburg, announcing that Scottish ports were open once again for trade. It was a bold move. Scotland, he was saying, had not been broken, but there were signs of strain. Supplies were short. Loyalty among nobles wavered. The church offered tepid blessing, and the English crown, far from defeated, had begun preparations for a renewed campaign. King Edward I, now returned from his continental wars, was determined to reclaim what he saw as his rightful dominion. Wallace, meanwhile, faced a growing dilemma. He had no court, no treasury, no formal army. What he had were men who believed in him, soldiers, farmers, and craftsmen who had tasted something rare, the feeling of standing unbowed. He knew that feeling alone could not win the future, but he also knew he could not return to the shadows. And so, as the days shortened and winter drew near, Wallace raised his banner with resolve. He sent messages to outlying regions, called for grain and arms, and mapped the road southward. His next move would be a calculated risk, one meant to show the world that Scotland could act, not just react. He would march into England. The decision to cross the border was not made lightly. Wallace knew the risks. His forces were lean, drawn mostly from the central lowlands and the lands north of the Clyde. Supplies were limited, and winter crept ever closer. But in late 1297, he led a bold incursion south into Northumberland and Cumberland, English soil. This was not conquest. It was pressure. Wallace's aim was strategic: to weaken English morale, disrupt their preparation, and perhaps compel the nobility to think twice before committing more forces against Scotland. His movements were swift, sometimes brutal, but carefully measured. He targeted garrisons and supply depots, not cathedrals or sacred sites. While chroniclers in England describe burning towns and desecration, it's worth noting that Wallace often spared churches and monastic holdings. This was not the reckless pillaging of a marauder, but the deliberate work of a commander who understood battle tactics. Still, hardship followed them. The campaign pushed Wallace and his men through hard country, moors, hills, frost-laced valleys. Snow came early that year, soft at first, then relentless. Roads became streams of mud, and the foraging parties returned with little more than thin oats and smoked fish. Even hardened men began to feel it: the weight of cold, the gnaw of hunger, the long silences broken only by the cough of a horse or the groan of wet timber underfoot. They made camp in ruined villages and abandoned steadings. Fires burned low, more for smoke than warmth. It's thought Wallace kept to himself during these nights, studying maps, listening to scouts, speaking only when he had to. His leadership was reserved, yet unwavering. No flourish, no declarations, just presence. It was in this bitter season that his men began to call him more than commander. They called him steadier things: protector, guide, sometimes simply him. But even as they pressed further south, Wallace must have sensed what was waiting in return. England was stirring. King Edward had returned in full strength, drawing up fresh armies, calling favours from loyal lords, and rallying nobles who had once been indifferent. The time for delay was over. Wallace's raids, effective though they were, had drawn the eye of a monarch who did not forget challenges. By early 1298, Wallace knew his men could not remain in the south. The land, scoured and barren, could no longer sustain them, and winter's bite was deepening. He gave the order to return, and so, over hills powdered with frost, they retraced their steps, worn, thinned, but largely intact. They had achieved what they set out to do, reminded England that Scotland could still strike. But Wallace also knew that warning bells had been sounded. The next time he faced the English, they would come in force. And so, as he crossed the border once more and disappeared into the haze of lowland farms and rising mist, Wallace must have felt the strange weight of foresight. He had bought time, but he had also invited the full weight of the crown. The fields around Falkirk were soft in the early summer of 1298, grass just tall enough to sway in the breeze, the ground firm from weeks without rain. But beneath that calm surface, something heavier hung in the air, an unease that had nothing to do with weather. Wallace knew the English were coming. More than that, he knew Edward was coming. The king himself, no longer relying on deputies or distant orders, had crossed the border with one of the largest forces Scotland had yet faced. In the weeks prior, Wallace had tried to prepare. He issued fresh calls to arms, re-established field positions, and watched for movements in the south. Yet the deeper challenge lay not in the enemy's might, but in Scotland's own fractured leadership. The nobles, many of whom had only reluctantly acknowledged Wallace as guardian, had begun to drift. Some refused to answer his summons. Others rode to the gathering field, only to linger on the outskirts. Still, Wallace remained. He chose his ground near Falkirk carefully, placing his infantry in schiltron formations, tight circles of spearmen, designed to hold firm against cavalry. His men dug shallow ditches, drove wooden stakes into the earth, and prepared for the worst. These were not professional soldiers. Many were farmers, apprentices, tradesmen, but they believed in Wallace, and they stood their ground. The English arrived in overwhelming force. Knights in armour, archers from Wales, foot soldiers hardened by years of campaign. Edward had brought nearly 2,000 cavalry alone. It was, in every sense, a reckoning. The battle, when it came, did not last long. The English archers broke the schiltrons from a distance, their arrows finding the gaps that even the tightest ranks could not fully seal. Cavalry surged in, cutting through the weakened lines. The Scottish nobles, many of whom had held back at the rear, gave little support. Some fled the field early, others watched and did nothing. Wallace's forces held as long as they could. There was no collapse, only erosion, a slow, tragic unraveling of men outmatched and under-supported. When retreat became the only option, Wallace withdrew his remaining forces in order, protecting as many lives as he could. He did not die at Falkirk, but something else did. In the aftermath, Wallace resigned as Guardian of Scotland. It was not a gesture of defeat, but of clarity. He had seen the limits of his position, the ceiling placed upon him not by the enemy, but by his own countrymen. Without unity, there would be no lasting resistance, and if others wished to lead, he would no longer stand in their way. He vanished from the public eye, slipping back into the shadows from which he had come. No speeches, no declarations, just the fading sound of hoofbeats and the long quiet that follows a cause caught in the hands of too many. Falkirk was not the end, but it was a turning point. The legend might live on, but the man, now stripped of title and command, would continue his journey alone. When the dust of Falkirk settled and Wallace relinquished his role as guardian, he did not return home, because in truth, he no longer had one. His name was now both shield and target, known across the kingdom, praised in hushed tones by those who saw him as Scotland's only true voice, and condemned by others who preferred order, even at the cost of independence. What followed was not well recorded. These years of Wallace's life slipped through the grasp of history, mentioned only in fragments, stray letters, vague reports, the kind of records that suggest movement but rarely confirm it. And yet, it is in this absence, this misted chapter, that we find perhaps the truest version of him. A man moving by instinct, relying on memory and terrain, never staying long, always watching. He passed, it is believed, from glen to glen, taking shelter in the hills above Loch Lomond, the pine woods near Tindrum, and the twisting paths of Glen Nevis. He travelled light, with only a few trusted companions, and never announced his arrival. When he needed food, sympathetic villagers would leave parcels hidden at marked stones. When he needed word of the outside world, he listened rather than asked. Despite his isolation, Wallace had not given up. He travelled beyond Scotland, perhaps even to France, seeking support from King Philip IV. Records suggest he carried letters with him, formal declarations from Scottish clerics or remaining councilmen, requesting aid against Edward's encroachment. Some say Wallace hoped to travel to Rome, to lay Scotland's case before the Pope. Whether he reached the Holy See remains uncertain, but the effort itself speaks to the kind of resolve he carried, a belief that even from the margins he could still shape the fate of his country. Back home, however, the tides were turning. With Wallace absent, New leaders emerged, nobles more acceptable to the political class, some of whom had once ignored or opposed him. Treaties were signed, compromises made. The cause for which he had risked everything was still alive, but it had changed shape, less about open resistance, more about negotiation, diplomacy, careful steps rather than bold leaps. In many ways, Wallace had become a symbol more than a man. Songs were sung about his courage. Tales spread of his escape through icy burns, his sword still gleaming despite the snow. And yet, in truth, he remained a wanderer, unseen, his thoughts likely far less grand than the ballads made them out to be. It's likely there were nights, long ones, where he sat beside a low fire, wrapped in wool and damp from the bracken, and wondered whether his choices had truly mattered. Whether the freedom he had chased was now just a banner someone else would carry, or whether it had slipped into the fog like so many of the voices that once pledged to follow him. Still, he did not stop. He moved, listened, planned. Even without an army, without a council, he remained in motion. And perhaps that, more than anything, was what made him dangerous. Not what he commanded, but what he still believed. It was near Glasgow, they say, that it happened. After years of shadowed travel and narrow escapes, Wallace was finally captured, not on a battlefield by English knights, but through betrayal. The man who turned him in was Sir John de Menteith, a Scottish noble and once ally, who had aligned himself with the English crown. The details are sparse, blurred by time and retellings, but the effect is clear. Wallace, the steadfast figure who had spent years evading armies and outlasting campaigns, was taken in the hush of familiarity. No fight, no chase, just a trap sprung with unnerving precision. We don't know exactly what Wallace felt in that moment, if there were words exchanged, if he suspected it before it unfolded. What is known is that he was seized, bound, and delivered to English custody. From there, he was transported south, under heavy guard. It was a long journey, taking him from the wild hills of Scotland through English towns, where his name was more accusation than legend. He passed through Carlisle, then through smaller villages, the faces at the roadside curious or hostile, depending on what they'd heard. Some stared at him with open disdain. Others merely looked away. Wallace bore no crown, no banner, no parade of loyal men. He was chained, cloaked in the dust of the road, and stared down by those who had once feared the mention of his name. When he arrived in London, the city was swollen with the heat of summer. Its streets were loud with commerce and rumor. Word of Wallace's capture spread quickly. He was taken to the Tower, that looming stone structure on the Thames, where prisoners rarely lingered long before judgment. For the English crown, this was a triumph, a symbol that the rebellion, or at least one version of it, had finally been quelled. But even here, in the heart of his enemy's domain, Wallace did not bend. When brought before the court, he acknowledged no guilt. He denied the charge of treason outright, stating simply that he had never sworn loyalty to the English king. So how, then, could he betray him? For Wallace was a man of principle, who saw himself not as a criminal, but as a man who had defended his homeland from foreign control. In that moment, stripped of power, he still held to the one thing no one could take from him: his conviction. The trial was short, the verdict predetermined. He was condemned to death. The sentence, carried out with medieval severity, was meant to send a message. Yet history remembers little of those who presided, and much of the man they hoped to erase. In the days before his execution, Wallace was held under close guard. We can imagine the moments he must have passed in reflection, alone in the cold stone of his cell, the sounds of London beyond the walls, the knowledge of what lay ahead settling in with clarity. He had lived as a hunted man for years, and now, at last, he was still. There would be no more glens to retreat into, no more hidden allies or forest paths, only the closing chapter, and whatever dignity he could carry into it. But though the final hours were his alone, what came after would not be. Word of Wallace's death would travel far, across Scotland, into the courts of Europe, even whispered through the halls of monasteries, not because it was unexpected, but because of what it meant, that a man could defy the greatest power in his world and face the end without apology nor bitterness. There are no known last words, no letter from the Tower, no final account from William Wallace himself. What remains is silence, the deep, historical kind that follows when a life ends, but its meaning lingers on. After his execution in late August of 1305, Wallace's name was meant to fade. The sentence had been carried out with spectacle and severity, designed to erase not just the man, but the idea of him. His body was quartered, his remains sent to various towns across England and Scotland, warnings nailed in wood and iron. But ideas, unlike flesh, do not scatter so easily, and in Wallace's case, it was not just the idea of resistance that survived, it was the idea of endurance, of a man who stood not because he believed he would win, but because he refused to kneel. Within Scotland, his legacy took root unevenly at first. The nobles who had once distanced themselves from him found his absence a useful symbol. Later uprisings, most notably those led by Robert the Bruce, would draw quiet strength from Wallace's memory. Bruce himself had once opposed Wallace's methods, but as the wars for independence deepened, even he could not ignore the power of what Wallace had stood for. In abbeys and among the clergy, his name was kept alive in small ways. Notes in margins, mentions in chronicles, the occasional prayer spoken with care. Across Europe, The letters Wallace had once sent from his position as guardian were preserved in archives, rarely studied at the time, but not discarded. The ports of Lübeck and Hamburg remembered the Scotsman who had written to them with diplomatic courtesy, announcing Scotland's intent to stand as its own. It was not until generations later that Wallace's story took fuller form, retold, reimagined, sometimes adorned. The truth, though simpler, is no less powerful. He was a man born into a time of confusion and uncertainty, who chose a path most would have avoided. But even in defeat, he remained constant, believing truth and justice are worth fighting for. And perhaps that is why his memory remains. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the astonishing true story of Pierre Picaud, a humble French shoemaker whose seemingly quiet life was suddenly shattered by betrayal, and whose methodical, deliberate path to revenge became the origin story for one of literature's most enduring legends, the Count of Monte Cristo. In the early 1800s, as the fires of Napoleon's ambitions flickered across Europe, Pierre was engaged to be married and full of hopeful dreams. But within the shaded corners of his life, jealousy stirred. Pierre was falsely accused by trusted friends who, out of envy, denounced him as a spy for England, a deadly charge in a France still wary of its ancient and tyrannical rival across the sea. Picaud was arrested and left to languish in the shadowed depths of a ruined fortress high in the Italian Alps. His sentence would last for over a decade. His beloved fiancée would move on, and though the world outside the prison forgot all about him, Pierre did not forget. He remained waiting and vigilant. But inside that cold stone prison, a chance meeting with a fellow prisoner, an ailing old priest, changed everything. In hushed voices and over many years, the old man shared secrets of a hidden fortune and of a wider world beyond the cell. When freedom came at last, Picaud emerged a man transformed. He could have chosen a peaceful path, claimed his fortune, forgotten the past, and moved on to a life of quiet luxury. Instead, he set his mind to one thing: justice. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we follow the deliberate footsteps of a man once wronged, who emerged from the shadows not with blind fury, but with a plan. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Pierre Picaud through the shifting landscapes of 19th century southern France, where memory is long and retribution complete. Pierre Picaud was born in the southern city of Nîmes, a place of Roman ruins and sun-washed stone, nestled between the towering mountains and the Mediterranean winds. He came from modest roots, neither rich nor desperate, the son of an honest tradesman, raised among the narrow lanes and limestone facades of a city that valued hard work, diligence, and strong hands. From an early age, Pierre followed in his father's path, learning the gentle craft of shoemaking. His work was careful, his manner steady, and he moved through life with the simple grace of a man at ease in his station. But fortune, it seemed, had chosen him for more than tools and leather. In his mid-20s, Pierre became engaged to marry a young woman of significant wealth and elegance. Marguerite Vigarou was spoken of in her day with admiration, beautiful, poised, and from a family of far greater means than Pierre's own. And yet, she had chosen him, not for his coin, but for his kindness. The match surprised many, but it was genuine. Love, in its rarest form, had found them both. For a time, life bloomed. Picaud's days were filled with gentle routine, shaping fine shoes for Nimes' wealthier residents, tending to his modest home, and preparing for the life he would build with his beloved. Friends gathered often, sharing wine and conversation beneath the stone arches of the town's arcades. Pierre was well liked, trusted, admired, and considered fortunate by many. But even then, threads of envy had begun to curl through the edges of his happiness. Not everyone rejoiced in his good fortune. Among his circle were 3 men he called friends, men who had stood beside him through the years, whose smiles now masked something darker. Their names would soon be etched into his memory with unshakable weight. For in hushed conversations behind closed doors, they began to speak his name with suspicion and imagine what it would mean to bring him down. Pierre, for all his sensitivity, did not see it. Or perhaps he saw and chose to believe otherwise. That friendship, once forged, could not so easily turn. He had not yet learned that betrayal often walks in familiar shoes. And so, as the sunlit days of Nimes carried him gently toward a future he could nearly touch, Picaud remained unaware that the world he built so carefully was already beginning to fracture. The men who would destroy Picaud's life had once shared his wine, his laughter, and his trust. There was Lupin, a fellow tradesman, bold, confident, and outwardly charming, yet restless in Pierre's shadow. Then Solari, the innkeeper's son, clever, but always watching from the edges, where envy brews without noise. And finally, Chaubard, quieter than the rest, but no less moved by the slow, smouldering pull of resentment. All 3 had walked beside Pierre in easier times. They had dined at his table, toasted his engagement, and offered congratulations with smiles that were beginning to crack. To them, Pierre's engagement to a wealthy heiress felt like a leap too far, a challenge to the natural order. They did not see love or virtue in his success. They saw only what they believed had been stolen from them: wealth, honor, opportunity. And so it was that on an ordinary day, with no warning, their long-harbored jealousy gave way to action. They denounced Pierre to the authorities, accusing him of something deadly in the climate of Napoleonic France: espionage. They claimed that Pierre had been secretly working for England, passing information to France's ancient enemy across the Channel. It was a lie, of course, yet the times were dangerous, and the state was on edge. France, still gripped by war and suspicion, took such claims seriously. A whisper could become a chain. and so the wheels turned quickly. There was no trial, no chance to plead his case. One moment, Pierre was walking freely through the market streets of Nîmes. The next, he had vanished. The betrayal struck Pierre with a force no stranger's accusation could ever match. To be accused by strangers would have been one thing, but these were friends, men he had trusted with his time, his thoughts, his loyalty. The pain of it, perhaps, outweighed even the fear. In the days that followed, no word reached his fiancée. No explanation was given. Pierre was simply gone. Taken under armed escort, he was moved far from the warmth of southern France, toward the looming mountains that marked the Italian border. There, hidden in the remote heights of the Alps, stood the Fenestrelle fortress, cold, isolated, and vast. Pierre Picaud had stepped into the long silence of exile, left to carry not only the weight of false charges, but the even heavier burden of betrayal. And his life, once so full of promise, now narrowed to stone walls, iron doors, and the memory of 3 familiar faces. Fenestrelle Fortress rose like a jagged crown against the grey folds of the Italian Alps, vast, brooding, and utterly detached from the living world. Built into the mountainside, it sprawled across terraces and stone ramps, its corridors echoing with the weight of generations. For Pierre, it would become his entire horizon. He arrived in shackles, tired and stunned, as if the world had suddenly changed languages and turned its face away. The fortress held no comfort, not in its stone cells, nor in the cold that seeped up through the walls at night. The seasons passed with little distinction. Summer's warmth barely reached the mountain heights, and winter came early, biting at the fingers and lungs of those trapped within. His cell was small, more hole than room, with only a narrow slit for light and a straw mat that smelled of damp years. There were no visitors, no news from the outside world, no trial to hope for, just stone, iron, and the long, slow ache of being forgotten. The days stretched without form. At first, Pierre kept count, scratching notches into the wall, trying to hold on to some sense of time. But after the 100th day, or perhaps the 200th, the numbers lost their meaning. Time had bent. Each morning arrived like the one before. Each night, just a darker version of the day. There were others in the fortress, murmurs from down long hallways, shuffling feet, an occasional cough in the dark, but no one to speak to directly. Isolation wrapped around him like a second skin. He did not know if his fiancée had searched for him. He did not know if she still believed in him, or if she'd been told he was dead, or worse, guilty. And then there was the cold. Not simply the weather, but a kind of internal freezing, a stilling of purpose. He had been a man on the cusp of a beautiful life, and now he was no one, a name on no list, a ghost who hadn't died. But even in that grey silence, something held. Pierre did not unravel. He endured. He turned inward. Memory became both wound and anchor. He thought often of the faces of the men who had accused him. Their betrayal had shaped his new world. And while the fortress held his body, it had not taken everything. Not yet. And not forever. Years had passed. The stone walls had grown familiar now, though never welcome. Picaud had learned to live within them, to breathe with the rhythm of the fortress, and to carry his thoughts like embers, silently, but no less alive. And then, one day, without warning, a new prisoner was placed in the adjoining cell. He was older, this man, gaunt, with a trimmed white beard and eyes that burned with a curious light. His name was Father Torrey, a priest once, before the state had turned its suspicions even on men of the cloth. The guards spoke of him with indifference, but Picaud sensed immediately that there was something unusual about the man. In a place where time dragged and conversation was rare, the two began, cautiously at first, to speak. Their words passed softly through a small vent in the stone, a breath of companionship in the stale air of confinement. Father Torrey spoke not only of scripture, but of politics, of cities Pierre had never seen, of ancient philosophers and old stories. He carried knowledge like a candle in the dark, and Pierre, long starved of conversation, leaned toward the warmth. As seasons shifted beyond the fortress walls, the priest began to trust Pierre with more than reflections. He shared a story, at first vague, then startlingly precise. Many years before his arrest, Father Torrey had been entrusted with knowledge of a hidden fortune, a vast treasure concealed beneath a ruined house in Milan, left by a nobleman who died without heir or claim. The priest had never used this knowledge. His vows had bound him to secrecy, but in prison, with his health fading and death approaching, he felt that passing it on was the last thing left for him to do. At first, Pierre listened with measured disbelief. A fortune buried beneath a crumbling estate, spoken of by a dying man. It sounded like myth. But Father Torrey spoke plainly, offering details with remarkable clarity, names, locations, markings on the cellar floor, and the twisted logic by which the treasure had been hidden. There was no boast in his voice, no feverish glow, just a slow, careful gift, given freely. And then, one night, not long after, Father Torrey was gone. The guard said nothing, simply sealed the adjoining cell as though its occupant had never been. Pierre sat awake in the dark for many hours, repeating the priest's words over and over, fixing them in his mind like sacred scripture. It was then, perhaps, that the shape of a new life began to form, not as a plan, not yet, but as a seed. He had lost nearly everything, but now he held something more than memory. He held a secret. By the time the 10th year neared its close, Picaud was no longer the man who had once walked the warm streets of Nîmes, whistling as he stitched fine shoes, or smiled beneath the stone arches with his bride-to-be on his arm. That man had vanished with the first clank of the prison gate. What remained was leaner and more inward, not broken, just changed. The years moved slowly in Fenestrelle. Some prisoners aged fast, worn thin by despair. Others faded in silence. But Pierre had found something else, a reason, however distant, to keep himself whole. With every passing day, the memory of Father Torre's words deepened their hold. He would replay the priest's instructions like a ritual, the location, the symbols, the cracked floor beneath the cellar door in a long-forgotten house in Milan. He whispered them aloud in the dark, not to believe in them, but to remember them perfectly. And more than just remembering, he trained himself, not physically. The cramped cell allowed little movement, but in mind and spirit. He began to recall every detail of those who had betrayed him, the words they'd spoken, the tone in their voices, their habits, their vices, their weaknesses. He imagined the world outside, where they still walked freely. He did not hate them loudly. He simply studied them, again and again, with the same diligence he once gave to a fine pair of boots. Nothing rushed, everything methodical. He also listened to guards, to snatches of conversation between cells, to footsteps and patterns and silences. He became part of the stonework, unseen, unnoticed, but watching. Time, for Pierre, was no longer an enemy. It was a tool. He had no calendar, no clock, but somewhere in the back of his mind, he kept count. A growing certainty told him that his release would come, perhaps by decree, perhaps by oversight, and when it did, he must be ready, not just to survive, but to become someone altogether new. Someone with a name no longer spoken in grief or pity, but in wonder, perhaps even fear. He began to plan, and while the guards believed he sat idle in his cell, wasting away in obscurity, Picaud was building something, quietly and in the dark, planning his every move. After more than a decade behind stone and iron, the world beyond Fenestrelle had become, to Pierre, half myth and half memory. But one cold morning, without ceremony or explanation, the gate clanged open, and he was told he was free. The guards offered no reason. Perhaps the charges had been suddenly dropped, or lost in the shuffle of changing administrations. Perhaps someone in Paris had finally questioned the length of his detention. But no apology came, no compensation, just release. He stepped beyond the fortress walls, with little more than the clothes he wore, and the weight of years behind his eyes. The light hurt at first, not just the sun, but the color of things, the sky, the moss, the distant pines. Everything looked unfamiliar, as though the world had kept moving without him, leaving him to catch up at his own pace. The journey southward was long and solitary. He traveled on foot at first, avoiding major roads, taking work where he could, laboring under false names, listening more than speaking. The priest's map, etched into his mind, remained unshaken. The memory of Milan pulled at him relentlessly. When he finally arrived in the city, it had changed. Buildings stood where fields once were. Faces had turned, but the streets still bent in the same crooked lines, and he found, eventually, the neighborhood the priest had described. At the edge of the city, shaded by tall trees and flanked by walls grown over with ivy, sat the old house, now abandoned, its shutters weather-beaten and crooked, its gate rusted nearly shut. Pierre waited until nightfall before slipping through. The house groaned with age. He moved slowly, not out of fear, but reverence. Every creak beneath his foot was part of the priest's story unfolding. He found the cellar door beneath a cracked stone in the kitchen floor. The hinges protested, but it opened. In the flickering light of a single candle, Pierre descended into the damp, earthen dark. The air was thick with mildew and dust, and there, just as Torrey had described, behind a false wall of rotting wood and loose stones, was a small, iron-banded chest. He paused. After all the years, the hunger, the silence, the betrayal, this moment should have felt grand, but it didn't. It felt quiet, certain, as if the world had simply kept its promise. He broke the lock. Inside were golden coins, fine jewels, silver plate, and scrolls of noble lineage, wealth that could carry a man into any life he chose. But Pierre did not smile. He only exhaled, long and slow, and sat there a while, his fingers resting on the edge of the open box. This treasure was not the end of his story. It was the beginning of something far more deliberate. In the months that followed his discovery, Pierre Picaud vanished, not in body, but in name, in trace, in presence. In his place, a new figure began to form, cultured, refined, and impossibly wealthy. He now had the means to re-enter society, not as a shoemaker, but as a gentleman of fortune. But he did not rush. He moved like someone weaving an intricate pattern, one slow stitch at a time. From Milan, he traveled north, adopting a new identity, drawn from the noble documents buried with the treasure. Titles once forgotten were revived. A name with roots in Italian aristocracy, not Picaud, gave him entrance into salons, banks, and business affairs. He acquired property under aliases, developed partnerships, wrote letters in fine hand to officials who never knew they were replying to a man once left to rot in a fortress cell. All the while, he gathered information. His betrayers had not scattered. They still lived comfortably in France, unaware that the man they'd condemned had returned, not only free, but powerful. Lupin, the most ambitious of the three, had married well, securing a position in trade and living handsomely. Solari, the innkeeper's son, had inherited his father's establishment in Paris, and Chaubard had faded into clerical life, the kind who folds easily into the grey corners of government service. None of them, it seemed, had ever faced question for their accusation, and none had thought Pierre would live to see the other side of a prison gate. But now, the pieces were in place. Pierre purchased a townhouse in Paris under a false name, its rooms modestly furnished, but with one wall devoted entirely to papers, maps, names, timetables, letters intercepted and transcribed. He watched. He waited. He traced their movements, their family connections, their financial vulnerabilities. He did not act out of impulse. Every step was calculated, not for cruelty, but for symmetry. The punishment, when it came, must fit the betrayal. And so, while his betrayers dined in comfort and greeted guests in well-tailored suits, a man they believed long dead was standing in the shadows of their lives, carefully preparing the days to come. By the time Picaud returned to France in earnest, he was a stranger, even to himself. The years had refined him. His speech had softened, his manner grown restrained, and his clothing, always impeccable, spoke of wealth and understated confidence. No trace of the old shoemaker remained. He moved through the salons and back streets of Paris, under a name that no one questioned, shielded by wealth and the practiced air of nobility. But he wasn't there to be seen. He was there to see. He watched them. Lupin, Solari, Chaubard. Each man had built a life atop the lie that ruined him, and each had weaknesses that Pierre, with quiet calculation, began to uncover. He never rushed. Some threads took months to follow, others years, but he had time. Time was his ally now, and the longer he waited, the more precise his understanding became. He befriended a merchant who handled Lupin's shipping contracts. He employed a servant whose sister worked in Solari's inn. He gained the trust of a clerk in Chaubard's office, who grumbled too easily after wine. Each step drew him closer, not to confrontation, but to comprehension. He learned of Lupin's pride, his risk-laden ventures, and the debts he kept hidden from his wife. He noted Solari's taste for gambling and the carelessness it bred, and he uncovered Shobar's extensive corruption, the stolen money, the falsified records, the things he thought buried under bureaucracy. Pierre began to leave subtle marks. An anonymous letter slipped beneath a door. A whispered rumor passed to a banker. A single forged document, delivered at just the right time. Nothing to alarm, just enough to shift the balance. They began to feel it. Lupin grew anxious in meetings, his confidence fraying. Solari grew curt with guests, snapping at shadows. Shobar began to look over his shoulder, pausing before he signed anything at all. And yet none of them suspected the true source. To them, it was simply misfortune, coincidence, bad luck, perhaps a rival. Pierre watched as unease bloomed in their lives like a slow illness. He never appeared before them, never spoke their names aloud, but he was always there, in the letter that arrived without a sender, in the business deal that fell apart at the last moment, in the mirror that caught a flicker of movement, just a heartbeat too late. This was not vengeance delivered in fury. It was justice, orchestrated with care, the kind that arrives so slowly, one doesn't realize it's begun until it's already far too late. Picaud had spent the better part of 15 years preparing for this. His revenge was not forged in anger. It had cooled into something colder, more exacting. And now it began. Lupin, once the most outwardly successful of the three, was the first to feel the cracks deepen. Pierre uncovered details of a risky business merger, one delicately balanced on unspoken debts and fragile trust. With a single forged note, traced to a banker's assistant Pierre had bribed, Lupin's reputation was called into question. The deal collapsed. Creditors, long patient, came knocking. His assets dwindled. His wife, learning of the financial ruin he'd concealed, left with their children. By year's end, Lupin, once a man of status, was selling off furniture to settle lawsuits he barely understood. His downfall came not in fire, but in dust. Solari, the innkeeper's son, had lived for pleasure, gambling, women, and a daily rhythm of excess. Picaud allowed that indulgence to bloom unchecked, feeding it gently from a distance. A tip passed to a crooked card dealer. A whisper dropped at the ears of Solari's lender. Pierre ensured that Solari's debts deepened faster than he could drink them away. One day, the inn changed hands, sold without Solari's knowledge, the paperwork long since transferred behind closed doors. He woke to find himself a tenant in his own home, with no money and no friends left to turn to. There was no confrontation, only a letter, unsigned, folded beneath the inn's new door, that read, "This is the price of a lie." Showbar was the most cautious, the most dull, and yet the most corrupt of the three. Pierre had the hardest time reaching him. But corruption leaves a trail, and Picaud, ever patient, followed it. Over months, he gathered receipts, coded ledgers, falsified entries, small transgressions that, when collected, painted a far larger crime. With the help of an anonymous tip, Showbar was summoned before a judicial inquiry. He denied everything, but the evidence was there, and it was undeniable. He was dismissed, fined, and disgraced. Not imprisoned, but publicly ruined. A man once hidden in paper, now buried beneath it. None of these men ever learned who had orchestrated their undoing. To the outside world, it was coincidence, a market shift, a scandal revealed, a friend who talked too much. But to Pierre, it was justice. He had not struck in haste. He had dismantled 3 lives with the same care he had once used to craft a perfect pair of shoes. And yet, as the final piece fell into place, he felt no triumph, only stillness. The work was done. With his purpose fulfilled, Pierre Picaud did not return to his old name, nor did he seek applause or recompense. He simply stepped out of the lives of the men who had once betrayed him, just as silently as he had entered them. He had spent years shaping their falls, and now, as their lives lay altered beyond repair, he receded once more into the shadows of France. Some say he moved south again, to the quieter corners of the countryside, far from Paris and far from the past. Others whispered of a final disguise, a nobleman who rarely spoke, who lived modestly in a small villa with more books than guests, and who watched the world with a kind of detached serenity, as if his greatest work had already been completed. What became of him precisely is lost to time, but his story was not. In 1839, nearly 2 decades after Pierre's final act of justice, a Parisian police archivist compiled a report titled Memoir on the Revenge of a Betrayed Man. In its pages was the detailed account of a man imprisoned without trial, betrayed by those closest to him, and transformed by time, cunning, and an unlikely treasure into a figure of retribution. The story, striking in its twists and haunting in its tone, made its way into the hands of a young writer named Alexandre Dumas. Dumas, known for his appetite for adventure and deep curiosity for stories of transformation, was immediately taken by the tale. He saw in Pierre's life a structure far greater than mere biography. He saw poetry, he saw myth, and with the liberties of fiction, he would expand upon it, building castles, duels, escape tunnels, and shipwrecks, but always keeping the soul of the man intact. In 1844, The Count of Monte Cristo was published, the story of Edmond Dantes, falsely imprisoned, mysteriously enriched, and determined to right the scales of fate. Readers, were spellbound. And though most never knew of Pierre Picaud by name, they came to know his journey. In time, Pierre's life faded into legend, his memory preserved not in records or grave markers, but in the pages of one of the world's most enduring novels. A man who never sought fame, whose vengeance was silent and precise, would be remembered forever, not as a shoemaker from Nîmes, but as the shadow behind a literary giant. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Hugh Glass, a frontiersman, fur trapper, and survivor of one of the most enduring tales of resilience in early American history. In the summer of 1823, Hugh Glass was part of a fur trading expedition along the upper Missouri River. These were the early days of westward exploration, when the boundaries of what was known remained vast and largely uncharted to European Americans. Glass was working with the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, deep in what is now the Dakota wilderness, a land of slow rivers, dense woods, and quiet, swaying grass. While scouting ahead near the Grand River, Glass was attacked by a grizzly bear. Though he managed to kill the animal with the help of his companions, he was left severely wounded, his body torn, bones broken, and survival uncertain. Believing he would not live long, the expedition's leader assigned 2 men to stay behind with him until he passed, then bury his body. But the men, one of them, a young Jim Bridger, later famous in his own right, soon abandoned him. They took his rifle, his knife, and what little gear he had left. They told the others he had died and moved on. Glass, however, did not die. Alone, unarmed, and badly injured, he began to crawl. Slowly and silently, he made his way through over 200 miles of wilderness. He encountered no rescue, no comfort, just the rhythm of the land and the quiet, patient strength it took to endure. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the violence of that moment, but on the silence that followed it, on a man alone with his thoughts, inching his way across the plains with little more than his will to survive. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk slowly through the great quiet wilderness of early America. Hugh Glass is believed to have been born around 1783, most likely in Pennsylvania, where the wooded hills met the restless edge of the expanding American frontier. He came into the world as the newly formed United States was still finding its shape, a land defined by shifting borders, new beginnings, and the slow settling of territories once held by indigenous nations. The details of his early life remain scarce, as if they were lost to the wind that moved through the forests of his youth. But what we do know tells us he came of age in a time when self-reliance and resilience were not romantic ideals. They were simply the price of survival. He was likely of Scots-Irish descent, descended from people who had known struggle, displacement, and the harsh demands of rural life. These were communities who lived by their hands, who watched the stars for weather, and the tree line for trouble. In the places where Hugh Glass grew up, life was close to the ground, filled with the hush of wooded trails, the flicker of cabin fires, and the long, quiet hours between planting and harvest. This was the environment that shaped him, not in loud moments, but in long silences. A boy may have learned to track a deer before he could read, or to listen more closely to the forest than to words. It's in this setting that Hugh Glass gained his first sense of the world, a world that required watchfulness, patience, and a steady hand. By his early adulthood, he was already marked by the frontier's rhythm, a life not quite tethered, always looking outward, and soon that pull would lead him away from the land altogether, drawn instead to the sea, where a new chapter of his journey would begin. After his years along the frontier, Hugh Glass turned his gaze outward, toward the wide, shifting waters of the coast. He became a sailor, boarding ships that carried goods along the eastern seaboard, into the Gulf of Mexico, and beyond. The sea was no gentler than the land he had known, but it offered a different kind of horizon, one that rolled endlessly under sky, full of wind and uncertainty. It was during this time, perhaps in his 20s or 30s, that Glass's story took one of its most extraordinary turns. While sailing in the Gulf, he was captured by pirates, reportedly under the command of the notorious privateer Jean Lafitte. Lafitte's base of operations near Galveston Island was a strange mix of outlaw commerce and colonial influence, a place where goods and lives were traded in the shadow of shifting empires. Glass was held as a prisoner, though the details of those months remain hazy. What's known is that he eventually escaped, slipping away from the coast and heading inland, into the uncertain interior of what is now modern-day Texas. There, he lived for a time among the Pawnee, one of the many indigenous peoples of the Great Plains. He did not simply pass through their world. He is believed to have lived among them, learning their ways, their language, and perhaps even forming bonds deep enough to consider them family. Some sources suggest he took a Pawnee wife, though these details are softly held, part memory, part oral tradition. What's clear is that these years left a deep mark. The knowledge he carried from that time, how to survive off the land, how to move silently across the plains, how to listen and observe, would one day save his life. By the early 1820s, Glass had re-entered the world of white settlers and trade. The American West was opening quickly now, driven by the hunt for furs and fortune. He joined the newly formed Rocky Mountain Fur Company, led by General William Ashley, as they prepared to push deep into territory that remained vast and untamed. Glass, now a man shaped by sea, captivity, and the patience of long survival, was ready. The next path he walked would lead him into the deep wilds, and into the story that would outlive him. By the spring of 1823, Hugh Glass was once again heading west, this time not as a lone wanderer, but as part of a formal expedition into the upper reaches of the Missouri River. He had joined the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, a bold new enterprise organized by General William Henry Ashley and Andrew Henry, who sought to tap the rich beaver streams of the frontier. The company had put out a call for enterprising young men, trappers and scouts willing to brave the vast, unsettled country that lay beyond the Mississippi. Among those who answered were men who would become legendary in their own right: Jedediah Smith, Jim Bridger, Thomas Fitzpatrick, and others. Hugh Glass was older than many of them, weathered by years at sea and in the wilderness, but still strong, still quiet, and still drawn to the land's deep pull. Their goal was simple in words, but enormous in scale: travel by river and overland into the untrapped regions of the upper Missouri, following its branching waterways into what is now North and South Dakota, Montana, and beyond. It was a land of rich game, dense forests, and winding rivers, but also one of tension and danger, as settlers and trading companies pushed further into indigenous territories, often with little thought for those who already lived there. The journey began near St. Louis with a flotilla of shallow draft boats known as keelboats, loaded with supplies and men. They moved slowly against the current, poling, rowing, and sometimes wading alongside to guide the vessels forward. The air was warm with spring and damp with the scent of wet wood and river silt. Trees leaned quietly over the banks. Birds called from high branches, and always the water moved, steady, soft, and endless. As the expedition progressed into the Dakota Territory, tensions with local tribes began to rise. Though the fur traders often dealt peacefully with indigenous peoples, not all interactions were welcomed. In one encounter outside a Native American village, a skirmish broke out that left several men dead. But the company pushed on, now wary, moving by land where they could. This was the world Glass had returned to, one of shifting alliances, uncertain borders, and the quiet hum of danger just beyond the tree line. But to men like him, it was also familiar. The open spaces, the hush of pine groves at dusk, the crunch of dried leaves underfoot. All of it spoke of a life he understood. Not civilized, perhaps, but clear in its demands. The wilderness did not lie. It asked only for patience, awareness, and the will to keep moving. Glass served as a scout, often traveling ahead of the main group to read the land and watch for signs of game or threat. He was quiet, observant, and experienced, the kind of man others followed with trust, even if they knew little about where he had come from. His past was his own. What mattered now was his place in the present, a man of the trail, moving through silence and shadow with the ease of long memory. The days passed slowly. Nights came with the crackle of small fires and the murmur of river water nearby. Overhead, stars wheeled gently through the sky, as they had for centuries before. The men slept on the ground, wrapped in blankets, their rifles close. And in the quiet before dawn, Hugh Glass would often be up first, watching, listening, and reading the world around him. It was in this setting, deep in the wild, far from any settlement, that the moment would come, which would define his story forever. But for now, the land remained patient, and the river kept flowing. The summer of 1823 found the Rocky Mountain Fur Company deep in the Grand River Valley, in what is now South Dakota. The land was wild and open, a place of tall grass, scattered timber, and soft hills that rolled like waves beneath the sky. Wildlife was plentiful, but so were risks, not just from the terrain or weather, but from the sheer remoteness of it all. Hugh Glass had taken on the role of scout for the expedition. It was his task to move ahead of the main party, sometimes miles ahead, to watch for danger and track game. He knew how to read broken branches, quiet prints in the mud, the subtle hush of birds changing flight. His years among the Pawnee and his time in the wilderness had made him an expert in the kind of awareness that kept a man alive. On a quiet afternoon, the exact day lost to time, Glass was alone, scouting ahead in the woods near the fork of a small creek. The air was still, the sun filtered gently through the trees, and somewhere in the underbrush, a grizzly bear stirred. She was not hunting. She was guarding, her cubs nearby, likely startled by Glass's presence. What happened next came swiftly. Grizzlies do not often give warning, and they do not hesitate when they believe their young are threatened. Glass was attacked with overwhelming force. The bear's strength was immense, her claws tearing, her weight crushing. But Glass fought back. He carried a flintlock rifle and a knife, and though he was gravely injured, he managed to wound the bear. His cries brought fellow trappers running, and together they finished the animal off. But by the time the danger had passed, Glass lay unmoving, his body broken and torn. He was still breathing, barely. His leg was shattered, his back deeply lacerated, and his throat and face torn to the point where speaking was difficult. The men gathered around him believed his death was a matter of hours, perhaps days. He was too injured to carry, and the expedition, already low on supplies, could not afford to stay in place for long. The company's leaders faced a hard decision. They resolved to leave 2 men behind, one older and experienced, John Fitzgerald, and one younger, barely into manhood, Jim Bridger, who would later become a legend in his own right. Their task was to remain with Glass until he passed, bury him with dignity, and then catch up with the rest. The rest of the party moved on. Fitzgerald and Bridger stayed, watching over a man who no longer spoke and barely moved. Days passed. Perhaps the nights were quiet, the air still. Perhaps they listened to Glass breathe, slow and shallow, wondering how long he would last. But soon, whether out of fear, impatience, or self-preservation, they made their choice. They took his rifle, his knife, and his supplies. They dug a shallow grave and left him for dead. Not out of cruelty, perhaps, but out of certainty. A man in that state, alone in that place, could not survive. They rejoined the company and reported that Hugh Glass had died as expected. But Glass had not died, not yet. The wind moved softly through the grass. In the shadow of a half-dug grave, with a broken leg, torn flesh, and no weapons or tools, Hugh Glass opened his eyes. He was alone. His breath came shallowly, and his body was barely more than pain. The bear had done its work, tearing into his back, breaking his leg, clawing his throat. Speaking was impossible, moving nearly so. But even through the fog of agony and fever, some part of him understood. He had been left behind. The wilderness around him gave no judgment. It simply existed, wide, quiet, and indifferent. The trees stood still. The birds resumed their calls. The creek ran on, its rhythm unchanged. If Glass was to survive, it would not be by fighting the land, but by becoming part of it. Slow, deliberate, and patient. He began, inch by inch, to crawl. There was no grand gesture to it, no cry of defiance, just movement, slow, silent, and enduring. His left leg was useless. He dragged it behind him as he pulled himself forward with his arms and one working knee. Every root, every stone, every uneven patch of ground became an obstacle. And still, he moved. For food, he foraged what he could, berries, roots, and the occasional insect. Water came from streams or dew gathered on leaves. At one point, he allowed maggots to enter the open wounds on his back, knowing they would clean the dead flesh better than he could. This was not the work of pride or even courage. It was the quiet calculation of someone who had lived close to the edge before and now moved beyond it. The landscape became his world and his only companion. He followed the rivers, knowing they led south toward the Cheyenne River, and eventually to the trading post at Fort Kiowa. There were no paths, no signs, only memory, instinct, and the slow pull of gravity as he dragged himself forward. Days passed, perhaps weeks. Time lost its shape. The stars wheeled overhead. The sun rose and fell, casting long shadows across the prairie. Glass made no speeches, no plans, only quiet, constant motion. This was not a survival story made of battle or fury. It was a survival made of endurance, of stillness between moments, and of a man refusing to stop, even as every breath carried pain. At times, he encountered indigenous people. One group of friendly Lakota is said to have offered him aid, sewing a buffalo hide across his wounded back, giving him food, and pointing him on his way. They asked no questions, and he offered no words. He simply kept moving, further south, ever closer to the river, and whatever waited beyond it. And the land, vast, open, and ancient, watched him go, not cheering him on, not standing in his way, just being, as it always had, and always would. The land had begun to change. The grasses grew taller here, waving softly in the breeze, and the banks of the Cheyenne River rolled in long, gentle curves. The trees thinned in places, opening to wide sky and soft sun, as if the land itself were breathing more easily now. But Hugh Glass did not walk these places. He crawled. The days blurred into one another, each marked only by small victories, a stretch of shade, a trickle of water, a patch of berries not yet picked over by animals. His broken leg he kept stiff, dragging it across rocks and soil, while his arms, trembling but determined, bore his weight across miles of uneven ground. He followed the river south, toward Fort Kiowa, a trading post hundreds of miles away. It offered no promise, no guarantee, just a direction, and that, for now, was enough. Sometimes he would find driftwood or branches and use them to make a crude splint, wrapping his leg as best he could with strips of hide or cloth torn from what little remained of his clothing. He had no rifle, no knife, only his memory, his will, and the faint trail left by the flowing river. There were nights when he lay still, barely breathing, listening to the far-off calls of animals in the dark. The wilderness was not quiet, not truly. It spoke in creaks and rustles, in distant howls and the slow lap of water against stone. But it was a kind of honest noise, one that asked nothing of him and offered no comfort in return. He passed through wolf territory, and once, it said, he came across a pack feeding on a bison carcass. Hungry, exhausted, but too weak to drive them off, Glass waited nearby. When the wolves had their fill and moved on, he dragged himself to what remained, pulling strips of meat from the frozen hide with his bare hands. It was not clean or easy, but it was food, and it kept him alive. He moved through rain, through wind, through stretches of silence so long they seemed to fold time itself. At one point, he may have found a makeshift raft, lashed together from fallen branches, and floated briefly along the Cheyenne River, letting the current carry him forward, cradled by the water, the sky stretching endlessly above. Not all of his journey is documented in detail. Much of it remains a blur of hardship and slow, steady motion. But what endures is the rhythm, a man inching his way back from death, not by rage or force, but by quiet refusal. Refusal to stop, refusal to surrender, refusal to let the land forget him entirely. After nearly 6 weeks, he reached the edges of Fort Kiowa, thin, ragged, and skeletal, but alive. The men who saw him arrive may have stared in disbelief. Few could have imagined his survival. Fewer still could understand what it had taken to get there. But Hugh Glass didn't need them to understand. He had made it. And now, slowly, the world would return. When Hugh Glass arrived at Fort Kiowa, his body bore the marks of a journey most could scarcely imagine. The wounds across his back had begun to scar in thick ridges. His leg, still swollen and poorly mended, dragged behind him with each unsteady step. His face, torn and unshaven, carried the exhaustion of weeks spent between pain and resolve. But he was alive. Fort Kiowa sat on the banks of the Missouri River, a wooden outpost built for trade, stocked with goods, rifles, food, and the low hum of frontier life. For Glass, it must have seemed almost surreal, after so many days spent alone in the elements. Voices again, the scent of cooked food, smoke curling gently from chimneys. It was the first time in weeks he had seen more than trees and sky. The men at the fort treated him with a mixture of wonder and caution, the kind of reverence reserved for someone who has walked back from a place most never return from. He was tended to, fed, and slowly nursed back to a measure of strength. His wounds would never fully heal, but over time he recovered enough to walk, enough to speak, enough to tell the story of what had happened. And when he spoke, the names came easily. John Fitzgerald, Jim Bridger, the 2 men who had left him for dead. They had taken his rifle, his knife, and his hope of rescue. And while Bridger was young, perhaps still a teenager, Fitzgerald had made a choice, one that, to Glass, could not be left unspoken. But his return was not filled with fire or fury. There were no angry declarations, no wild oaths, just quiet intent, a need, perhaps, not for revenge, but for acknowledgement, to face those who had written him off, to remind them and the world that he was still here. He learned that the fur company had moved on toward the Yellowstone region, and that both Fitzgerald and Bridger were still alive. With limited supplies and the help of nearby trappers, Glass set out once again. This time not as a scout, but as a man following footsteps. The journey was not easy. Though he could move more freely now, he was still weakened. The terrain remained vast and unpredictable, but compared to what he had already endured, this leg of the journey must have seemed almost gentle. A return to familiar paths, the ground firmer beneath his feet. Along the way, he reconnected with others from the original expedition. Word of his survival began to spread, a whisper that turned into a story, then into a legend. Trappers and traders alike passed it from camp to camp, scarcely believing it, yet holding fast to its truth. The man who crawled from death, the man the wilderness could not claim. But Hugh Glass didn't speak of legend. He spoke of Fitzgerald, of a rifle taken, of trust broken. And slowly, step by step, he drew closer to the final part of his journey, the moment of return, not just to the world of men, but to the two who had once stood at his side and then walked away. Hugh Glass had survived the bear, the abandonment, and the long crawl through wilderness. He had returned to the world of men, not only with his body intact, but with a memory sharpened by pain and a name fixed firmly in his mind. John Fitzgerald. But before he found Fitzgerald, there was someone else, Jim Bridger, the younger of the two who had left him behind. When Glass caught up with Bridger, he found not a hardened enemy, but a boy barely grown, quiet and guilt-ridden. Bridger had been about 19 years old at the time of the attack. Many sources suggest he had acted under Fitzgerald's influence, fearful and uncertain, and not yet shaped by the strength of his own judgment. When Glass confronted him, it wasn't with anger, but with understanding, perhaps even pity. He let Bridger go. There was no shouting, no punishment, just the quiet weight of a choice made, and the consequence of having lived with it. Bridger, of course, would go on to become one of the most respected mountain men of his time. But he would always carry the memory of that season, of the man they had buried too soon. As for Fitzgerald, the confrontation was more complex. Glass eventually tracked him to a U.S. Army post where Fitzgerald had enlisted. By this time, Glass had regained some strength, perhaps even recovered his rifle, or one like it. The story of his survival had grown in the telling, and so had the anticipation of what he might do when he found the man who had taken everything from him. But when he arrived at the post and found Fitzgerald, Glass faced a boundary even deeper than betrayal: the law. Fitzgerald was now a soldier in the U.S. Army, and under military regulation, Glass could not legally harm a serving member of the armed forces without consequence, regardless of what had passed between them. So, once again, he made a choice. He did not kill him. He confronted him, yes, demanded the return of his stolen rifle, and gave him a full measure of his silent condemnation. But he did not take vengeance, whether it was restraint, legality, or something deeper. The man who had crawled hundreds of miles to survive walked away. In the world of frontier legend, this moment often becomes blurred. Some retellings add anger and threats, or claim the confrontation ended differently. But the clearest records we have say this: Hugh Glass did not seek revenge. He sought resolution. And when the moment came, he did not raise his hand. He simply looked, spoke, and turned back to the trail. It was perhaps the most powerful decision he made. A man who had every reason to lash out chose instead to keep moving forward. Not because he had to, but because he had already endured more than any man should. And in that choice, Glass became something more than a survivor. He became a symbol, not of rage, but of resilience. Long after the wounds had healed and the trail had faded behind him, Hugh Glass's story began to travel on its own. In fur trading camps, around fires under open skies, and in distant towns where trappers gathered to barter goods, his name was spoken with quiet reverence. The man who had faced down a grizzly and crawled over 200 miles with nothing but his will. That story was passed from voice to voice, growing with each telling. But even as the legend expanded, the real Glass returned to a quieter life. He went back to the wilderness, not as a hero, but as a trapper once more. He joined further expeditions, traveled with companies that knew the sharp edge of the frontier, and continued to live by the skills that had kept him alive before the bear and after. There was no book contract, no audience, just the familiar rhythm of open country and the call of rivers and forests. Still, the story could not be contained. In 1825, just 2 years after his crawl to Fort Kiowa, a version of Glass's ordeal appeared in print, a stylized account written by James Hall, published in a popular frontier magazine. From there, the tale took on a life of its own. Details were sharpened or softened. Some versions told of revenge carried out. Others added drama, dialogue, or danger not found in the original accounts. Glass became a symbol of rugged American perseverance, a man whose body had been broken, but whose spirit refused to yield. Over the decades, as the frontier myth grew, his name appeared in ballads, novels, and campfire tales. Each retelling polished the story like a stone in a river, smoothing some edges, exaggerating others, and slowly turning man into myth. He wasn't famous in his lifetime, not in the way modern fame understands it, but among those who knew the wild, the fur trappers, the scouts, the early explorers, his name lingered. And even now, nearly 2 centuries later, the story of Hugh Glass still finds its way into the quiet corners of our memory, not as a tale of revenge or conquest, but as a soft, steady reminder of what a human being can survive when all that remains is the will to take the next breath, and then the next. Glass did not vanish after his famous crawl. He did not retire into comfort or step into the pages of history as a man finished with hardship. Instead, he returned to what he had always known: the wilderness, the rivers, the open country that shaped him. For the rest of his life, he continued to trap and trade along the frontier. He roamed through what are now the Dakotas, Montana, and Wyoming, walking familiar trails and forging new ones, his name quietly respected by those who shared that rough and changing world. He was not a man drawn to cities or to talk of what he had done. There is no record of him seeking fame or telling his story for applause. He seemed content to remain as he had been, watchful, quiet, and deeply connected to the land beneath his feet. In the year 1833, roughly a decade after the grisly attack, Hugh Glass met his end, not in solitude, but in an ambush. He was traveling near the Yellowstone River, likely with a small party of trappers, when he was killed in a confrontation with Arikara warriors, a group with whom tensions had remained high since earlier expeditions. He was around 50 years old. His body, as far as we know, was not recovered. His grave, if one was ever made, lies somewhere unknown, perhaps by a riverbank, or beneath a canopy of cottonwood trees, or perhaps, as the legends sometimes suggest, the wilderness simply took him back. But the story he left behind remained. Not just the crawl, not just the bear, but something deeper, the idea that a man, broken and alone, could rise again, not with fury, but with quiet, unshakable purpose. Hugh Glass became a part of the landscape he had traveled, spoken of in the hush of campfire tales, remembered by scouts and storytellers alike. And over the generations, his name moved outward, beyond the frontier, into books, into song, into the corners of history that still echo with footsteps through tall grass and quiet woods. The world is often loud, but Glass's story reminds us that some of the greatest acts of courage are done in silence, in pain, and in the soft rhythm of a soul that simply keeps going. And so, as we close our eyes tonight, we remember Hugh Glass, not for what he conquered, but for what he endured, and for how deeply he reminds us of what it means to survive. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor and privateer who found himself marooned alone on a deserted island for over 4 years. His extraordinary tale of survival is widely believed to have inspired Robinson Crusoe, the iconic castaway in Daniel Defoe's classic novel. Selkirk was not born for quiet shores. In the late 1600s, as the world of maritime exploration, trade, and privateering surged across the Atlantic and into the Pacific, young men with restless blood and a hunger for something beyond the familiar took to the sea. Selkirk was one of them. Headstrong, impulsive, and drawn toward danger like a moth to flame. In 1703, he signed aboard the Cinque Ports, a privateering vessel bound for South America, part of a rickety flotilla skirting the edge of legality as it preyed on Spanish treasure ships. But tensions flared, and when the ship dropped anchor near a lonely island off the coast of what is now Chile, Selkirk made a fateful decision. He demanded to be left behind, believing the ship too unsound to sail. Whether it was stubborn pride or sound judgment, his shipmates granted his wish and sailed away. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the isolation of that experience, but on the way Selkirk came to know himself within it, how the stillness of a faraway island revealed an unshakable resilience, and how that long silence continues to echo in stories of adventure and survival to this day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey softly now, step by step, through the quiet island days of Alexander Selkirk, a castaway not lost, but found in the heart of solitude. The sea breeze that swept through the village of Lower Largo carried with it the salt of distant horizons, and on certain days, when the tides shifted just so, young Alexander would find himself staring out across the Firth of Forth, not at what lay before him, but at what might lie beyond. Born in 1676 to a family of cobblers and tanners, Selkirk had little reason to believe his life would be anything other than ordinary. But something stirred within him, a restlessness, quiet but insistent. He quarreled often, not just with his brothers, but with local authorities too. Sharp-tempered and stubborn, Alexander was no stranger to the feel of discipline or the disapproving eyes of the Kirk session. And so, while many of his peers chose trades and steadiness, Alexander looked instead toward the open sea. It was a time of privateers, men who walked the fine line between sanctioned plunder and piracy. The oceans were alive with opportunity and peril, especially for those willing to serve under a captain's flag in search of Spanish silver or foreign spice. For Selkirk, it was a chance to leave behind the cold stone streets of home and chase something he couldn't quite name. Glory, perhaps, or maybe just freedom. In 1703, when word came that a new privateering expedition was being outfitted in England, Alexander signed on without hesitation. The venture was backed by the English crown, given leave to prey upon Spanish ships in the name of Queen and country. It promised danger, yes, but also the kind of open skies and endless water that called so deeply to men like him. The ship was the Cinque Ports, a modest vessel crewed by rough hands and ambitious minds. Its companion was the St. George, commanded by the renowned and often polarizing Captain William Dampier. Together, these two ships would sail from England down along the west coast of Africa, around Cape Horn, and into the vast Pacific. Their mission: disrupt Spanish trade, take prizes, and return home laden with riches. But that was the map on paper. The reality would prove far more complicated. As the Cinque Ports creaked into the swell of open waters, Selkirk stood at the rails, hair tangled with salt, eyes scanning the pale horizon. He was not yet a castaway, not yet a legend, not yet the man he would become. For now, he was simply a sailor with a restless spirit, aboard a ship bound for glory or ruin, perhaps both. The journey had begun, and with it, a quiet unraveling, one that would lead, step by patient step, to the solitude of an island, and a place in the quieter corners of history. The sails of the Cinque Ports unfurled like pale wings against the morning sky, catching the wind with a low, contented sigh. Beneath them, the ship groaned softly, her timbers old, her hull weathered, yet eager to move forward. It was late in 1703, and the voyage had begun in earnest. Selkirk, now a sailing master aboard the vessel, kept his thoughts guarded and his eyes open. He wasn't new to the ways of the sea, But this voyage felt different. The mood was taut, held between ambition and unease. Aboard the St. George, Dampier's reputation loomed large. A brilliant navigator, yes, but erratic, and given to grim moods. The Cinque Ports sailed under the command of Thomas Stradling, a young captain eager to prove himself, though still green in experience. The two men did not see eye to eye, and their crews soon mirrored that friction. The journey southward was long, hugging the African coast before making the treacherous run around Cape Horn. There, in the southernmost latitudes, the two ships were battered by cruel winds and towering waves. The ocean grew iron-grey and merciless, masts strained, rations spoiled. Men clung to ropes with numb fingers, praying through clenched teeth. It was during these weeks of struggle that Alexander began to notice signs, small, almost forgettable moments that spoke of trouble ahead. The Cinque Ports was taking on water more often than it should. Her seams leaked, her hull moaned. Repairs were constant, patching up the wounded vessel with tar and prayer. And yet the voyage pressed on. Once around the Horn, the Pacific opened up like a vast sigh. Warmer winds, calmer seas, and yet no less dangerous. Spanish settlements dotted the South American coast, and privateering now began in earnest. The crews captured a few ships, though not nearly the prizes they'd hoped for. There were quarrels over shares, whispered complaints about the fairness of command, and frequent illnesses that spread through the hammocks like fog through the rigging. Alexander, for his part, remained diligent. He took no joy in the politics of the expedition, but watched it all carefully, quietly. Stradling grew more irritable, Dampier grew more distant, and all the while, the ship beneath them creaked. By the time they reached the Juan Fernandez Islands, a lonely cluster of volcanic peaks off the coast of Chile, the Cinque Ports was in a poor state. Her provisions were low. Her hull had been weakened further. Men grumbled in the shade of canvas sails, exhausted and thin. And there, on the shore of one particular island, known then simply as Maza Tierra, Selkirk made his fateful decision. One not born of rashness, but of careful calculation, perhaps even foresight. But for now, the Cinque Ports rocked gently in the bay, the sea calm, the island quiet. No one yet imagined how far this detour would echo. The morning was still, the sky a soft wash of pale blue, as the Cinque Ports floated at anchor just off the coast of Maza Tierra. The island itself rose out of the sea like something half forgotten. Steep cliffs, cloaked in green, trees swaying gently in the warm breeze, and the distant sound of waves folding themselves onto an empty shore. Alexander stood at the water's edge, his boots damp with sea spray. Behind him, a quiet standoff was unfolding. After months of hardship and failing rigging, Selkirk had grown certain of one thing. The Cinque Ports was no longer seaworthy. The hull, he believed, had been too poorly repaired, and the ship, pushed hard and mended often, would not survive another leg of the voyage. He made his case to Captain Stradling, firmly, repeatedly, and when his warnings went unheeded, he made an extraordinary demand. He asked to be left behind. At first, the crew laughed. No man in his right mind would choose exile, even temporary, over the thin hope of reaching richer shores. But Selkirk was resolute. He'd rather survive alone than perish in another storm, or sink beneath Spanish cannon fire. Perhaps he thought his protest would force Straedling's hand, make the captain reconsider the ship's condition. But if so, it backfired. Straedling, annoyed and prideful, granted Selkirk's request with cold finality. Supplies were gathered, a musket, some powder, a cooking pot, a few tools, clothing, bedding, and his cherished Bible. Then, with little ceremony, he was rowed ashore. Selkirk watched as the boat pulled away, the oars dipping rhythmically, growing smaller with each stroke. He may have expected, or at least hoped, for a change of heart, that someone would shout, wave, return. But the sea remained quiet. The Cinque Ports raised anchor that afternoon, her sails filling with the light breeze. Selkirk stood on the sand as the ship that had carried him across oceans slipped out of sight, leaving him with only the whisper of waves and the shifting cries of seabirds. In that moment, the enormity settled upon him. The island was beautiful, yes, fertile, rich with wild goats and cool springs, but it was also silent. There would be no trade winds, no friendly ports, no voices but his own. Days would be measured not in bells and watches, but in sunrises and seasons. At first, he made camp near the shoreline, building a simple shelter with palm branches and driftwood, but the nights brought strange cries from feral cats, and rats nipped at his stores. He moved inland to higher ground, where the breezes were clearer and the land more defensible. In his earliest days alone, he felt the weight of regret like a stone in his chest. The choice had been his, a sober, reasoned one, but the consequences were harder to carry. Still, each morning brought light, and with it, something like resolve. Selkirk began to walk the island, to learn its shape, its offerings, its dangers. He listened, he watched, he waited, and somewhere inside him, the sea's restlessness began to change, not into stillness, but into something quieter, something steady. The island was green and rugged, rising steeply from the sea, like a ship frozen in time. It was about 15 miles long, a cradle of volcanic stone and soft winds, dotted with dense woods and hidden streams that ran cool and clear through the underbrush. Selkirk, now alone on this forgotten shore, woke each day with the soft stirrings of nature. The rhythm of ship life, the bells, the calls, the clatter of deckwork was gone. In its place, there was only the hush of trees swaying gently, the chatter of birds unseen, and the slow, steady lap of waves against rock. Those first days were marked by a strange quiet, not just the absence of people, but the absence of direction. Selkirk had been cast ashore with a musket, a small cache of powder and shot, a hatchet, a knife, a Bible, and some bedding. He set about building a shelter along the beach, something simple but serviceable. Branches lashed together with twine made from bark, thatched over with broad leaves. A place to sleep, a place to think. But the shoreline proved less hospitable than it seemed. The rats, descendants of those left behind by old Spanish ships, came at night, bold and persistent. Feral cats stalked the shadows, their eyes catching the moonlight. Selkirk's food stores were not safe, nor was his sleep. He soon realized he would need to move inland. Carrying what he could, he ventured higher into the island's heart. There, he found groves of pepper trees and cabbage palms, and hills where wild goats roamed freely. These goats, likely left by earlier explorers, became his lifeline, providing milk, meat, and hides. With careful patience, he learned to stalk them barefoot across the island's slopes, fashioning snares from vines and eventually running them down with practiced skill. Fresh water was plentiful, and wild turnips, berries, and coastal herbs filled out his diet. In time, the land revealed itself as both generous and demanding, a place where every comfort had to be earned. Selkirk fashioned tools from stone, hollowed tree trunks into cooking vessels, and repaired his clothing with needles made from bone and thread pulled from his own garments. He tanned goat hides for new shoes. He reinforced his inland shelter with heavier timber, carving a cave-like refuge against the rains and winds that swept through during storms. At night, he read aloud from his Bible, not for salvation perhaps, but for the sound of a human voice, even if it was only his own. The verses gave rhythm to the silence, something to hold on to when the vastness of solitude pressed close. He kept count of the days by notching marks into wood, though over time the tally lost its urgency. There was no clock to keep, no ship to wait for, just the slow passage of light and shadow, growth and decay. He was alone, but not undone. And in those first quiet weeks, as the routines took hold and the panic faded, something unexpected began to settle in. Not peace exactly, not yet, but a kind of understanding that life here would not be measured by the noise of ambition or the chatter of crowds, but by the quiet skill of endurance. The island had once seemed vast and unknowable, a wild place of steep ridges, tangled forests, and unfamiliar sounds in the night. But as the months passed, Selkirk began to chart it, not with maps or compasses, but with memory, instinct, and the slow, patient tread of repetition. He learned where the goats grazed and where they drank, tracking their movements through the dew-soaked grass before dawn. He would rise early and move barefoot, quietly, blending into the land. Over time, his pursuit sharpened, and with it, his self-reliance. He no longer relied on his dwindling gunpowder. Instead, he caught the animals with hand-fashioned snares or outran them on foot, a feat made possible by the tough leather shoes he had crafted from goat hide and sewn with bone needles. From their skins, he made garments. From their meat, he dried strips of jerky beneath the sun. The goats became not just a source of sustenance, but of rhythm. Their presence gave each day structure. Something to do, something to prepare for, something to carry forward. Shelter, too, evolved. The makeshift lean-tos of his first days gave way to more permanent dwellings. He built 2 huts on a gentle rise overlooking the wooded interior, one for sleeping, the other for working and storage. Their walls were made of woven branches, reinforced with clay and lined with hides to keep the wind out. The roofs were thatched thick with palm leaves. A bed of soft grass and woven mats made his rest more comfortable. He began to collect useful stones, shaping each of them into knives, hammers, and grindstones. In time, he even crafted a simple chair and table, not out of indulgence, but out of need for structure and dignity. He wasn't just surviving now, he was living, shaping a life that suited the landscape, rather than fearing it. Wild turnips, cabbage palms, and pepper berries formed the bulk of his diet, seasoned with what herbs he could find along the shore. He learned to preserve his food with smoke and sun, timing his preparations to the patterns of rain and wind. Rainwater was collected in hollowed logs and coconut shells. His cooking pot, among the few items left to him from the ship, remained one of his most valued possessions. He became his own physician too. When ill, he turned to native remedies, roots brewed into teas, berries chewed for strength. There were stings, cuts, fevers, and deep aches that passed with time and patience. Each small recovery felt like a quiet triumph. Days began to flow, not in isolation, but in purpose. His body grew lean and strong, his senses sharpened. He could tell the hour by the way the shadows shifted on the cliffs, or forecast a storm by the sudden silence of birds. And with the work came something quieter, deeper, a sense of contentment. He was not lost. He was rooted. The island no longer felt like a prison. It had become a companion, wild and stubborn, yes, but one he had come to know intimately. Where others might have gone mad in the silence, Selkirk found steadiness. Through the hard work of building, hunting, and listening, he carved a life that was not merely endured, but owned. Time, in the world Selkirk had left behind, was measured in bells, calendars, and the turning of tides driven by human need. But here, alone on Masa Tierra, time softened. It slipped its edges, became slower, rounder. A rhythm guided by the land, the seasons, and the quiet unfolding of each new day. As the first year passed into the second, Selkirk no longer marked days with notches or tracked weeks with care. He lived by signs in the natural world, the flowering of a certain tree, the return of nesting birds, the thinning of the goats' coats before the rains. The island had become his calendar, and he read it not with urgency, but with quiet familiarity. There were long, golden months of calm, when the skies remained clear and the seas lay still, like glass cradling the edge of the world. These were times of plenty, when the goats were easy to track, the berries ripe, and his shelters dry and warm. He would wake with the sun and climb to his lookout on a high ridge, sitting with his back against the stone, watching the horizon. He still hoped for sails, but no longer longed for them. Then came the wet seasons, where thick rains rolled over the island in sheets, drumming softly on palm thatch and turning the paths to ribbons of mud. During those months, he stayed nearer his huts, repairing tools and mending garments. He knew much of it by heart now, and the sound of his own voice, steady and low, became as much a part of the island as the winds or the trees. There were times, too, when solitude pressed heavier, not with panic, but with a deep, aching quiet. Birthdays came and went without remark. Dreams of family flickered in sleep, only to fade with the morning mist. But in those moments, Selkirk turned not to despair, but to routine. The act of doing, building, hunting, preparing, gave shape to days that might otherwise have been lost. He spoke less, even to himself, but he listened more, to the rustle of wind through leaves, to the clatter of stones disturbed by distant hooves, to the low thrum of his own heartbeat when he sat still. In the absence of conversation, he had come to understand something rare, the sound of his own mind settling into peace. There was no audience, no judgment, no one to impress or disappoint. And so, in this space between memory and survival, Selkirk began to reshape himself, less defined by the man he had been at sea, and more by the man he had become on land. The island, wild and indifferent, had not broken him, it had refined him. Years passed this way, quiet and steady. Hair grew long, skin darkened by sun and salt. His hands, once calloused from rope, now bore the marks of stone, bark, and hide, and his soul, once restless and raw, had settled into something slower, something durable. He had become, in every way that mattered, a part of the island, not its master, but its companion. It was a warm afternoon when Selkirk first saw them, sails, pale and ghost-like, drifting along the horizon. They seemed impossibly far off, and for a moment he thought they might be clouds. But no. The shape was too clean, too deliberate. His heart stirred with sudden urgency. He scrambled from his hillside perch, heart racing, legs sure-footed from years of climbing these paths. Down to the shore he ran, arms waving, calling out into the wide, indifferent air. He lit a fire with trembling hands, feeding it dry brush and palm fronds, until the smoke rose high and dark. But the ship never turned. Whether they hadn't seen him or had chosen not to investigate, he would never know. The sails faded westward, leaving nothing behind but the whisper of possibility. He stood long after they were gone, the smoke of his signal fire curling lazily into the afternoon sky. Then, slowly, he returned to the hills, not in despair, but with a quiet sort of acceptance. It happened again and again. On 3, perhaps 4, separate occasions over the years, Selkirk spotted passing ships. Sometimes they were distant and ghost-like, barely more than a glint against the sea. Other times they were closer, enough that he could make out the sweep of the hull, the flutter of rigging. He always tried, always signaled. Fires were built, bright and tall. He shouted, waved garments from the cliffs, sent his hopes arcing like arrows across the water. But no ship ever came for him. One of them, he later suspected, may have been Spanish, and had they seen him, they might not have rescued him at all. A Scottish privateer, marooned or not, would not have found mercy in the hands of Spain. He knew enough of war and its politics to understand that sometimes being seen could be more dangerous than being forgotten. So he continued to wait, not idly, but with a practiced patience. The hope of rescue remained, not as a desperate longing, but as a quiet thread woven through his days. He did not let it rule him. He lived as if no ship would ever come. But still, he watched the sea, and it watched him back. Each vanishing sail left behind a stillness that stretched for days, but the island, ever impartial, offered no comfort, nor judgment, just the soft return of routine. tending to the goats, repairing the roof, foraging near the shore. Hope, on the island, had learned to be silent. It did not shout any more. It whispered, like the wind in the grass, constant but calm. Selkirk, too, had changed. His longing for rescue no longer came from fear of the island, but from a deep curiosity. What remained out there? What had become of the world he'd left, of Lower Largo, of the men who had once sailed with him? The answers drifted always just beyond the horizon. It had been years since he had last heard another human voice. Years of solitude, of quiet days among the goats and pepper trees, of firelight prayers spoken into the hush of evening. The island had become a companion, a place of peace, but also of vigilance. And one morning, as he walked along a narrow path he knew well, something shifted. In the soft earth near a stream, he saw them. Footprints, not his. The shape was unmistakable, the deep heel, the deliberate press of toes, larger than his own and newer than the morning's dew. Selkirk froze, the old instincts of caution and alertness stirring to life once more. His solitude, which had for so long been unbroken, was now pierced by something unknown. He crouched low, listening. The forest gave nothing away. Birds still sang, the leaves still rustled, but the stillness now held tension, like the breath before a storm. He backtracked quickly, moving with silent steps up to a familiar ridge. There, he concealed himself beneath low branches and scanned the coastline. Below, on a rocky cove, he saw them, a group of men, 4, maybe 5, unloading a boat. They bore weapons. Their speech, carried faintly on the wind, was not English. They were Spanish. Whether they had come to gather fresh water or to scout the island, Selkirk could not say, but he knew their kind. Spanish ships still patrolled these waters, and privateers like himself were considered little more than pirates. If he were discovered, he would not be treated as a castaway. He would be taken, or worse. So, quietly and carefully, Selkirk vanished deeper into the island's heart. He had spent the last few years taming this land. Now he used that knowledge to hide within it. He knew which paths were softest underfoot, which caves would muffle sound, which trees could conceal the smoke of a small, hidden fire. He moved only at night, slept in different spots, and left no trace behind. The island that had once held him had now become his refuge, and this time not from loneliness, but from danger. The Spaniards did not stay long. After a few days, they left. Whether satisfied or uneasy, Selkirk never learned. But even after their sails slipped beneath the horizon, the memory lingered. The knowledge that he was not as forgotten as he had once believed. He became more cautious in the months that followed. The wildness of the island returned a little, not in its physical form, but in his thoughts. He had known peace. Now he remembered caution. Not fear exactly, but a sharpening of the senses. The island had always watched him. Now he watched it too. Still, the solitude returned in time. The echo of foreign voices faded. and once again the rhythm of the land became steady. But Selkirk had been reminded the world had not disappeared. It was still out there, vast and unpredictable. And though he remained alone, he was not untouched by its presence. It was in the early months of 1709, more than 4 years since Selkirk had been left behind, when the sails appeared once more on the horizon. He saw them from his ridge, where he often sat in quiet reflection. At first, he squinted into the distance, uncertain if it was a ship or just the sea playing tricks again. But as the form drew closer, he stood. There was something different this time, a steadiness in the course, a shape that held. It was no mirage. And so, as he had before, he raced down the hillside. His legs were strong now, goat-like in their balance. He knew every stone, every root beneath the soil. At the shoreline, he struck flint to tinder and built his fire high. Black smoke curled into the sky, bold and unmistakable. The ship responded. Anchors were dropped. A boat was lowered. The men who stepped ashore that day were English, from a privateering vessel named the Duke, under the command of Woodes Rogers. They came ashore wary, expecting perhaps to find wreckage or an ambush. But instead, they found a man dressed in goatskins, darkened by sun and wind, his beard long and eyes sharp. He greeted them in English, though his voice trembled with disuse. It must have seemed to them a ghost from another world, but Selkirk was real, quiet, composed, though deeply moved. They listened, astonished, as he told his story, how he had lived alone on the island for 4 years, surviving on goats and wild roots, building shelters, crafting tools, keeping time not by calendars, but by the growth of trees and the arc of the stars. The crew of the Duke welcomed him aboard with awe and respect. Rogers, in his journal, would later describe Selkirk as a man clothed in goatskins who spoke with a sense and temper uncommon among sailors. In truth, he had changed. He spoke gently, sparingly. His manner had the calm of someone who no longer feared silence. He moved easily about the ship, but seemed almost to glide, as if still walking among ferns and stone, rather than pitch and deck. As the ship pulled away from the island, the only home he had known for years, Selkirk stood at the rail, watching it recede. There was no cheer, no cry of triumph, just the wind in his hair, the salty scent of sea air, and a long, quiet breath. His return to the world was gradual. He served as a navigator aboard the Duke, his skills still sharp, perhaps even sharpened by the discipline of solitude. He guided them with quiet confidence, earning the respect of officers and crew alike. In the weeks that followed, he slowly began to reacquaint himself with conversation, companionship, and the strange noise of society. But something of the island remained in him, a stillness, a steadiness. He had been alone, yes, but never undone. And now, at long last, the horizon no longer held him captive. It moved beneath him once more, wide and open, a path not of exile, but of return. Alexander Selkirk returned to Britain not as a celebrity, but as a curiosity, a quiet man with a quiet tale, told in low tones to those who would listen. His story spread in taverns and seaports, in pamphlets and among naval men. A sailor marooned for years on a deserted island, surviving through patience and calm endurance. He had no flair for dramatics, no interest in selling his tale, and yet it took on a life of its own. Writers began to retell the story, each version embroidered a little more than the last. The solitude deepened, the dangers grew sharper, the man grew taller in recollection than he ever stood in life. But even as the tale passed from hand to hand, there remained a core of truth that no fiction could fully disguise. In 1719, 10 years after the rescue, a writer named Daniel Defoe published a novel titled Robinson Crusoe. It bore striking resemblance to the castaway's true ordeal, though shaded with invention. The character stayed nearly 3 decades alone, built fortresses in the wild, and fought off hostile visitors. It was a tale shaped more for thrill than for truth. Still, at its quiet center was something unmistakable. The soul of a man reshaped by silence, strengthened by solitude. The seed of the story had been planted on that distant island, where endurance had grown not from spectacle, but from simplicity. Defoe had drawn deeply, whether knowingly or not, from the life of Alexander Selkirk. Back in Scotland, the returning sailor found it difficult to readjust. He walked the streets of Lower Largo once more, but the lanes felt narrower, the voices more distant. The village had changed, or perhaps it was he who had changed. Eventually, he took to the sea again, not as a lost man, but as one with knowledge few others possessed. He served in the Royal Navy with quiet confidence, no longer chasing anything, only fulfilling what remained of the life the ocean had left him. He served quietly, respectably, but the island had marked him. Those who met him in later years noted something steady in his presence, a stillness behind his eyes, not haunted, not broken, just aware. A man who had known what it was to live without time, without voice, and who had returned with something stronger than fame. In 1721, while aboard HMS Weymouth off the coast of West Africa, Selkirk died of yellow fever. He was buried at sea, the waves folding over him one last time. No monument marked the spot, no grand farewell, just the hush of water and the rhythm of tide. And yet, in the centuries since, his story has endured. He is remembered not just as the man who inspired a novel, but as a figure of quiet fortitude, someone who met the harshest kind of solitude, not with despair, but with calm invention. A man who built a world from almost nothing and who left it, not by rescue, but by readiness. His island, now called Robinson Crusoe Island, still rises from the Pacific, windswept and green, silent under the stars. And somewhere in that silence, the memory of Alexander Selkirk still lingers. Not loud, not demanding, but steady as stone and soft as sleep. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well.